Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umerithika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Ring the division bell for quorum. Yes, leader. Very well. We can commence now.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Chonga, Ken Chonga, Kilifi North.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. I wish to present petition number 72 of 2021 regarding persistent harassment and unlawful eviction of people living on area number 176/3 North of Mwendowapanya Village, Mtepeni Ward in Kilifi South constituency. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the concerned residents of Mwendowapanya Village in Mtepeni Ward, Kilifi South constituency, draw the attention of the House the following. 1, that Mwendowapanya is a pre-colonial village that was established around 1908 by one Athman Suleiman, a safer home when he was running away from arrest by slave merchants. 2, the land on which the village is located measures approximately 23.75 acres and is registered on LR number 176/3 North. That the village became an unclaimed safe haven and many locals who were running away from slave merchants under arrest by the colonialists would sneak and hide at that village. That over the years, the population of the village increased and ethnicity diversified as escapees from the interior of the colony as also found refuge in the village. 5, although the village was originally inhabited by the local Mijikenda and Waswahili communities, the ethnicity of the village diversified through intermarriages and escapees from other communities in the interior, such as the Taita, the Akamba, Agikuyu, among others, also escaped from the slave caravans as they approached the Indian Ocean and found refuge at the village. That with the time over 242 villages were built and the villages have become a home for over 1,000 people today. That the communities living in Mwendowapanya village have established both communal and administrative structures that have been enabling them to coexist peacefully. That the village has a wide range of public utilities such as hospitals, shopping centers, and even farmlands on which residents practice subsistence farming of maize, peas, sweet potatoes, and other crop foods. That the land also has commercial cash crops like coconut trees, mango trees, cashew nut trees, and orange trees that have supported the livelihoods of residents for over 70 years. That the residents have been living on the village for over 100 years and have a community cemetery where they have been burying their departed ancestors, and as evidenced by graveyards and shrines from where they perform their traditional rites. That the many years since independence, efforts by the residents to regularize ownership of the land for them to have security of tenure and realize full economic potential of their land have been unsuccessful. That sometime in November 2021, residents of the village were shocked to learn that the parcel of land which they inherited from their ancestors and have lived for many years had been registered in the name of 3 persons, namely Mark Mwaura, Mwangi, Charles K. Wanguhu, and John Waweru Mwangi. That in their entire life, residents of Mwendo Wapanya village consented to the transfer of the land in question to any party. That on one early morning of 19th November 2019, the claimants went to the plot with the hired people, harassed the residents, and demolished structures on the land, leaving their residents homeless. That the residents have no other known home other than Mwendo Wapanya village, hence they have nowhere to relocate to. That any further delay in issuance of certificates of title deed and lease to the residents is likely to jeopardize the residents' tenure over their land, hinder realization of its full economic potential, and risks rendering the residents squatters on their land. That efforts by the petitioners to move relevant government agencies, including the Ministry of Lands and the National Land Commission, to address the matter have been unsuccessful. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray for the intervention of this House through the Departmental Committee on Lands to 1. Inquire into the irregular allocation of the plot number LR 176/3 mainland north to Messrs. Mark Mwaura Mwangi, Charles K. Wanguhu, and John Waweru, with a view to recommending revocation of such illegal land transaction in order to revert ownership of the land to residents of Mwendo Wapanya village as their rightful owners. 2. Recommend that the Ministry of Lands, the National Land Commission, and other relevant government agencies immediately facilitate the subdivision of the plot number LR 176/3 mainland north and issuance of certificates of title of relevant residents of Mwendo Wapanya village as rightful owners in order for them to have security of tenure and realize full potential of their land. 3. Recommend that the government residents restrains Messrs. Mark Mwaura Mwangi, Charles K. Wanguhu, and John Waweru Mwangi, acting by themselves or through their agents, from harassing residents of Mwendo Wapanya village until ownership of the plot number LR 176/3 mainland north in Kilifi South constituency is resolved. And finally, recommend any other relief it deems fit to secure the petitioner's rights. And your petitioners will ever pray. Presented by me, Honorable Ken Chonga, MP Kilifi South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the petition has taken quite some time, so I will allow limited comments for only 2 minutes. Those of you who comment, just limit yourself to that. Is it Mwendo Wapanya or Wapaka? Mwendo Wapanya. Mwendo Wapanya village, not Mwendo Wapaka. Lakini paka huwa anaweza kimbia, wanaweza pitia wakijua panya wako pale. Labda ndio paka wameingia, wamekuta panya wengi. Limited comments, not going for more than 2 minutes. Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this petition by my colleague. And maybe I just want to raise this concern that, land is a very emotive issue. And almost 10 years after establishing the National Land Commission, we still have issues of community land having issues, disputes, wrangles, public land also being wrestled from the public by individuals. I think they need to step up their game so that this problem of land, public and community land, can be sorted out once and for all. We have this problem all over the country. In Mavoko, in Machakos County, we still have issues where the public feel that their land is still being taken away from them. So this is something that needs to be sorted out as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Honorable Charles Kilonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in Kilifi South constituency is very common in very many parts of this country, where people have been in occupation for over 50 years. And then down the line, somebody claims he has a title, or he has a title. So we need to look, as the committee looks into that matter, they need to look to the fact that if somebody has been in occupation for over, say, 40, 50 years, automatically they advise this House what we need to do with the law to ensure those people are protected. Because what the courts are doing is very unfair. You've been in occupation for 50 years, and then the court comes, gives a ruling in favor of even grandkids. And this they come and evict, and it's for commercial purposes. So I really plead with the committee, as they look into that issue, they advise the House what we need to do and change the law to ensure the poor or people in occupation for many years are protected.
Or indeed the packers don't follow the rat. Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As we have always known and historically, land issues are very emotive in this country, and we had always hoped the National Land Commission and so many other organs dealing with land would have had a hand in solving these issues. Honorable Speaker, we expect many of these issues to come up, and indeed probably might be time for the Committee of Lands and the related organs to have a very serious sit down and try to review how we resolve these issues. Because there are becoming too many all over you go. Every day, these issues have been there. We try to incorporate them in the national land policy. We had hoped by now would have had a stop on this matter. But Honorable Speaker, it must be on record that this country, the Constitution of Kenya, allows people to own land anywhere in this country. But honestly, in all honesty and in all fairness, some names are not associated in some locations, and it is important that this kind of issue is addressed fully to avoid this kind of issues. But in the meantime, I support the petition, and I hope the committee will have the time to conclude and present the report in this House before members get tired and disappear to their constituencies. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Pukose.
Honorable Speaker, land is a very important asset of, in terms of the lives of Kenyans. And I want the committee, when they are looking at it, as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, I've presented a petition, a bill to amend Article 67(2) of the Constitution, because the Constitution states that the National Land Commission will recommend. I think it needs to resolve, not to recommend, because when it recommends, it takes a process very long for Kenyans to be able to resolve these issues on land matters. Yet land is a very important factor of production. So I would want the committee, when they are looking at this, let them look at what we can be able to do all of us together in the Constitution, so that we can make these issues that we've been taking to the National Land Commission and taking a long process to be able to be resolved within the shortest time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As speakers before me have alluded to, RAD is very emotive, and I think it's a high time that this country looks at all pending matters on land, Honorable Speaker. The mtego Jia Panya, Mwendo wa Panya village is one of the areas that we're having these problems of land, Honorable Speaker. And I don't know how that name came about, Mwendo wa Panya. As you are putting it, probably there are some packers who are also following. And this is not the only problem that we have in this country, Honorable Speaker. In most parts of this country, including my own constituency, Honorable Speaker, my own county, we have issues on land. And I think it's a high time that the government takes it seriously, takes stock of all the problems that we have, and ensures that they are all resolved so that we can live in peace and harmony in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kilifi North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to say this and support the petition by my brother, Ken Chonga. The Mwendo wa Panya issue is not the first time it's coming here in this parliament, and it has failed to be resolved. And I think, I sit in the Departmental Committee on Lands, but the law that anchors the National Lands Commission is faulty in the sense that it says recommend. instead of resolve. And I want to support my brother Pokose for bringing in that amendment. I'm also making amendments to the law myself. I think you've seen a letter that I've written on the same to amend the National Lands Commission Act so that it can get power. Again, the mandate to resolve grants and review grants also expired in the law. And I think it is time that as a House and National Lands Commission itself needs to be serious about the law that anchors it so that we can solve a lot of these problems that we have, especially in Kilifi County. Kilifi County is actually the bastion of land problems in this country. And I think this Parliament needs to take it forward to resolve, to be the House that will be counted to have solved the problems of land in Kilifi County and the coast in general. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kisauni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I support the petition that has been brought by our colleague, Honorable Ken Chonga. And it is not the first one, Mr. Speaker. These petitions have been there. But the main challenge that we are facing, I'm also a member of the Lands Committee, Mr. Honorable Speaker, but the main challenge that we are facing today, you'll find all these residents that have been living in these parcels of lands for over 50 years. They have built schools, they have built churches, they have graveyards there. But at the end of the day, somebody comes from nowhere with a title deed. And since the courts only appreciate the ownership of the land by the production of a title deed, then we end up evicting the people because the people who live there, they do not have those documents. So, Mr. Speaker, we lost a very good opportunity when NLC, they had the powers to revoke titles. And I fully agree with Honorable Pokoso that we need to bring that amendment to give back powers to NLC, whereby we should not only depend on the courts, but we should also have NLC to have those powers whereby they can be able to revoke these titles and give this land back to the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
In sympathy, member for Kilifi County, your country doesn't appear to be working. You are moving from place to place and it's not showing even now. But with great sympathy from the chair.
Asante, Mr. Speaker. Naungana na Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga wa Kilifi South ili kuona vipi shida ya mashamba, Mr. Speaker, inapata suluhisho. Sisi kama viongozi tunataka title deeds kwa hizi sehemu nyingi na hasa za Kilifi County ambazo ziko na mzozano. Wenyeji wako pale, Mheshimiwa amesema miaka 40 makaburi ya babu zao ziko pale. Si mwendo wa panya peke yake, Mr. Speaker. Kule Kilifi mjini kuna sehemu inaitwa Nayeni, watu wanavunjiwa kila wakati. Hatujawahi kupata suluhisho. Lakini kuna hati miliki ambazo zimetengezwa nyingi sana za Kilifi South. Tunamuomba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, zile alizotuambia atazileta Kilifi, alikuja Rabai akapeana, tunataka aje na zile nyingine ambazo ziko tayari ili watu wetu waweze kuamini kuwa suluhisho la mashamba na ardhi ndani ya Kilifi County linafatiziwa. Pahali kwingi mashamba hayajapata hati miliki. Kule Kibarani Settlement Scheme wameenda wamegonga mwamba, mpaka saizi wanataka kurudia tena, kupima tena kulingana na miji na ile mashamba ya wenyeji. Kuna sehemu nyingi Mazurui, na tukiwa hapa wenyeji wanaangalia. Muda wa kazi wetu umeisha, Mheshimiwa, tunataka watu wetu wapate hati miliki zao, waweze kuishi vizuri, waweze kuweka miradi yao, waweze kujenga nyumba za kudumu, ili nao waweze kuhesabu serikali hii katika kipindi chake. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta wa Kilifi, wa Pwani, wamepata hati miliki na watawaamini uongozi wake, na kuna kitu atakuwa ameachia wa Pwani. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kwanza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to weigh in. I think from the experience, it looks like the rot is actually here at the headquarters, because I've had cases where somebody sees a piece of land, comes here, gets a net title deed, and goes and then starts harassing the residents of the place. So I think the department, or rather committee of lands, should actually call the commission of lands here and actually correct correct these abnormalities from the headquarters here. Because I have had the same cases in Trans Nzoia, and my colleagues from Trans Nzoia are here. They can confirm that we have that kind of thing, and the problem is not even on the ground. The problem is here. Once you have some money, you just go there and probe your way, and you come up with a title deed, and you move in and start harassing the residents. This is a rot here, and call a spade a spade. And Mr. Speaker, I think there's something that the Lands Committee should be able to call the Commission of Lands here to be able to rectify this, because problem is not here. It's not at the ground, but it's here at the headquarters. I support this.
Okay, the petition is referred to the Departmental Committee on Lands for consideration in the usual manner. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, November the 18th, 2021. Number 1, the State of the Judiciary and Administration of Justice Report for 2020-2021 and Gazette Notice number 12385 of 2021 on the report. Number 2, the Commission on Revenue Allocation recommendation on the basis for equitable sharing of revenues between the national and county governments for the financial year 2022 to 2023 from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Number 3, the quarterly economic and budgetary review report for the first quarter of the financial year 2021-2022 from the National Treasury. Number 4, the annual reports and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the financial year 2020-2021, and this being the Public Service Commission and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Number 5, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2021 and the certificates therein. And these are the Kenya Electricity Generating Company PLC and the Kenya Power and Lighting Company PLC. Number 6, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein. Number 1, the Kenya National Highways Authority, the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Kenya National Trading Corporation, Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority, New Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited, the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, NUDOS Limited, and Masai Mara University. And lastly, number 7, the report of the Auditor General and financial statement of Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificate therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honourable members, yes, you can take seat. Honourable members, knowing that Thursdays have their own peculiar challenges with the members, and looking at how we are, for convenience of the House, I did not also not to make the legislative process of the House suffer. I have decided to rearrange the business appearing on the order paper so that before we go on to the questions, we deal with the business appearing as orders number 9 and 10, which are straightforward. So proceed that way, Clerk.
Order number 9, the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020, second reading. Question to be put.
members, debate on this bill was concluded yesterday, and what remained was a question to be put. Now that the House quorates, I therefore put the question, which is that the Community Groups Registration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a regulatory framework for the registration and regulation of community groups and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting time.
So, 10.
Order number 10, motion, report on implementation status of a report on land issues in Taita Taveta County. Question to be put.
Well, members, the idea is to make sure that when you take a decision, the House is not in violation of the Constitution. It has quorum. So debate here was concluded, and I therefore put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the implementation status of the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding land issues in Taita Taveta County, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, September 29th, 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, we'll go on our members again so that as many of you are present when the decision on the motion appearing as order number 8 take part. I will move that we proceed with that. Because all our members, I know many of you, if you go to questions, after you ask your questions, and especially after you have commented on the petitions for 2 minutes, you will have assumed that you have finalized business. So let's just clear that one as well.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of sitting time.
Leader majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3A, on hours of meeting, this House resolves to extend its sitting hours with respect to the afternoon sittings for the remaining part of the session, so that the House sits until 9 p.m. on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, with effect from Tuesday, 23rd November 2021. Honorable members, when we met at House Business Committee, we considered the pending business that's on the order paper, all the individual members' bills that are yet to be processed, and we realized that the time available to us is not adequate. So by extending by 2 hours every day over the next 3 weeks, we will be able to at least have some 18 hours added so that we can be able to fast track some of the bills that are pending at different points. And we also cognizant of the fact that during the day, members are also very busy, following up on some projects with the ministries, and also busy in the committees, processing the work that's required in the committees, so that members will have an opportunity to transact committee business during the day, to transact some constituency work during the day, and then we'll be able to have an extra 2 hours that they can come and also transact business in the House. This is slightly different from what we had earlier. Last time we had a specific session starting from 7 to 9, but this is not a separate session. This will be a continuation. We've also noted that by 7 o'clock, there are members who are still queuing to transact business. And then they lose their time, and then the next day, they don't necessarily get a priority. So for members who come early, they would know at least they have up to 9 o'clock to be able to contribute to a bill or matters of their interest. So I want to ask members, let's move together on this in the same spirit that House Business looked at the matter, and we see what we can save before we break on the 3rd of December. Also noting that there will be games. And, this year we have the games, the East African Games, for immediately after the 3rd. And hence, we don't want to interfere with the games by saying we extend the session of Parliament beyond the 3rd. So it's easier we extend it earlier before the games than after the games. And also, we don't want to interfere with your Christmas holidays because, we know what's happening at the constituencies. So I beg to move and ask the Honorable Chief Whip Wangwe to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second. And just in the footsteps of the Majority Leader, it has been well elaborated, well put, and in the interest of time, I wish to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The member for Siwet Soin has gotten thirsty. Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, relating to hours of meeting, this House resolves to extend the sitting hours with respect to the afternoon sittings for the remaining part of the session so that the House sits until 9 p.m. on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, with effect from Tuesday, 23rd November 2021. Do I put the question? Yes. Well, it seems like it is the mood of the House that I put the question. Either way, Honourable members, it's your decision anyway. So I put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, on hours of meeting, this House resolves to extend its sitting hours with respect to the afternoon sittings for the remaining part of the session so that the House sits until 9 p.m. on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, with effect from Tuesday, 23rd November 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. But honourable members, I think, maybe the other thing which we need to remind members, which I think the leader of majority perhaps forgot, is in view of the very many private members' bills which have actually been processed and are ready, we as House Business also recommended that at the beginning of every debate, should members feel that maybe we can limit the time so that you can, depending on, some of the bills are relating to a clause, 2 clauses, and there could be others, depending on the size or the substance of what is in a bill. Members, please draw the attention of whoever is on the chair. And Standing Order number 97 for reduction, which that does not require notice for the reduction of that kind of debating period, so that we do not. Let the House make a decision one way or the other, because we did notice that the Wednesday mornings, which are reserved for private members' bills, are not going to be enough for the consideration of the very many private members' bills, and there are very many. Indeed, I think we had agreed that every Wednesday morning they all be listed so that members can see that indeed there are very many private members' bills which have matured, and we don't want them to be lost without due consideration by the House. So please, those of you, I know there are some who are always available in the chamber most of the time, please draw the attention of whoever is on the chair to Standing Order number 97 for the reduction as appropriate. Maybe the House can decide that looking at the bills which are pending, every debate on each bill be limited to either 1 hour or 1.5 hours, as the House may determine, so as to enable the House consider as many of these bills as possible. I'm sure those of you who have proposed bills, you've You've also gone an extra mile. You've done a lot of research. It is only fair that you get to have what your efforts, somehow recognized and considered by the House. Not necessarily passed, because the House may not agree with you. But even if it's rejected, you at least the record will show that you made some effort. You are not just merely walking into this place and ticking there and walking out. You did something else, apart from, you had a bill in your name that even went to second reading, maybe got lost, like I saw some which was lost yesterday. Those are our efforts. They add on to your CV, Even if you lose, don't worry. It goes to your CV. So now that we have resolved that now, so the business now we refer to order number 7, having concluded business appearing as orders number 8, 9, and 10. So that when we finish the order number 7, we'll go to business appearing as order number 11. First question. Sorry, I see some interventions. Can you do these interventions after question time? Yeah? There? Honorable Rachel Nyamai, you had put your intervention button, but you removed.
Honorable Speaker, earlier I thought that it was not, I felt that I shouldn't comment on the petition that was coming to land, so that's why I withdrew.
And that was wise.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Speaker, my intervention is concerning the decision that has been made by the House, which is a very good decision, and it is going to assist us to clear the private members' bills. However, Mr. Speaker, there are very good bills that are lying in the Senate, and a very good example is a bill that was brought by the Honorable Kingara on registration of public land. I do not know whether there is a way that information can reach the other house that these are extremely important bills, and they have been there for more than 1 year, Honorable Speaker. So your intervention is very good, and it's going to make this House give quite a lot of deliverables. But what do we do with bills that have been processed by this House, and they have been in the Senate for more than 1 year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You see, Honorable Baya, I wanted to invite you. It looks like, and I've noticed this not just today. Somehow, I think there's something wrong with that.
I can see.
Exactly.
Yeah. If I press intervention, it doesn't show.
Yeah.
But I wanted to add to what Honorable Rachel Nyapai has said. We processed a bill here for the Crops Amendment Act, which is very, very important, and it is lost in the Senate. I've been asking at the Senate where the bill is, and nobody seems to know where it is and how far it is. I think, Mr. Speaker, you need to intervene to see that those bills that leave this House to go to the Senate are actually processed and brought back to the House. And that will help actually fast-track what we are trying to do. But as it stands now, I think there's something wrong with what Senate is doing. Very small bills that require a short session to finish 2-3 clauses to accomplish, they stay there forever. While they discuss long bills that do not even make much sense here. So, Mr. Speaker, kindly do something about what is happening in the Senate. I thank you.
In fact, the reason why I picked very quickly the Constitution is just to refresh your memory on something. Decisions in Senate, Article 123, when the Senate is to vote on any matter, 123 clause 2, on any matter other than a bill, the Speaker shall rule on whether the matter affects or does not affect counties. 3, when the Senate votes on a matter that does not affect counties, each senator has 1 vote. 4, except as provided otherwise in this Constitution, in any matter in the Senate affecting counties, each county delegation shall have one vote to be cast on behalf of the county by the head of the county delegation. I'm not too sure that actually, drawing from this, because this is what has caused the Senate to put in their standing orders the question of delegations. I mean, this country does not vote. There's no county which brought a delegation. The fact that somebody may have been nominated from a county which has got an elected senator does not mean that that senator was nominated as a delegate, because they were either nominated as women, the 16, by political parties, or they were nominated as youth, a boy and a girl, or as people living with disabilities, a female and a male. That's how they were nominated. They were never nominated as delegations. So I think there's something, perhaps, now that we've had two parliaments, the 11th and this 12th, perhaps at the tail end of this one, Senate should reconsider this issue of delegations, because this is what is making them not be able to vote on several of the bills that are before them. And you know, many of the bills are private members' bills in the Senate. There are not many that are party-sponsored. So this is why that's why there's this problem. I do appreciate it, but we have communicated, we keep communicating. House business is always communicating to the other house business, because there is no other mechanism through which we can, there's a leadership which has got to, but you see, they always argue that they have to bring the delegations. Now, you see, now if you are to the delegations of youth, the boy and the girl, maybe they are not present, you never know where the boy and the girl could be, So when you, yeah, Honorable Jomo, you wanted to raise an issue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and my issue is on the same direction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 4th of November, the Senate Committee on Labor and Social Services adopted a report directing the Ministry of Labor to stop facilitation of export of our labor to Saudi Arabia and Gulf countries. Mr. Speaker, this is a task that, according to our Constitution, is a mandate of National Assembly to deal with matters involving policy matters in labor. So, Mr. Speaker, not only has the Senate attempted to address a national matter that affects the labor movement in our country, it has also touched on a foreign policy, a matter that is going to affect even our diplomatic relationship with those countries in the Gulf. And I'm wondering whether really this is a mandate of Senate. In view of that fact, the international and domestic market in Middle East accounts to about 500,000 people who are emitting money on foreign currency into our country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to request you to ask the Committee on Labor to find out whether we are ready for such actions, where we shall have mass movement of people who are working in Middle East coming back into our country because they will have lost their jobs. Are we ready to absorb the number of people who are going out there to look for work if we are going to halt this flight of our people to Middle East? And also, can the committee tell us whether the Labor Committee in Senate overstepped its bounds in making that ruling. That, Mr. Speaker, it does not portray a very good picture to other countries when we have the Labor Committee in Senate going to Saudi Arabia to investigate a matter. 2 months or 3 months down the line, the Labor Committee of Parliament of the National Assembly also goes to the same country to do the same thing and also adapt its own report. Thirdly, these two committees could come up with contradictory reports, reports that have two different meanings and results to the ministry. If now these two reports are presented to the ministry, Mr. Speaker, who is the ministry going to obey? Which report are they going to adopt? Mr. Speaker, that is a question that we need to ask ourselves and see who is doing the right thing and who is not doing the right thing. And the Labour Committee may assist us in doing this, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jude Jomo, you know, perhaps you are not present on Monday when the departmental committees, all committees were showcasing some of the works that they have done in the last 2 years. When I did make my remarks, I reminded the audience of the observations made one time by some American Secretary of State about Parliament in exhibition and Parliament at work. Parliament in plenary, according to that Secretary of State, was Parliament in exhibition, while Parliament in committee, according to him, was Parliament at work. Maybe this was done in the plenary, was it? The decision was taken in plenary. It was, so they could have been part of that exhibition. Because foreign policy, matters matters labor, but particularly when it relates to policy, are not devolved. They are not devolved. You see, because, people have liberty. Remember, even getting bonga points is a way of also representation. Eh? So it is up to the national executive. And we have advised, the Honorable Dwelle is aware, we have time without number advised the national executive that they are the ones who are encouraging these things to happen. Because even if you look at what is in Article 119 on petitions, it is very clear. Anybody can petition Parliament on any matter which is within its authority. So again, if you petition us about coming to sentence anybody, you just look at it and tell you, no, we don't have authority to do this. So, you can receive reports from anybody and look at the report and just keep it there for purposes of entertainment. There's no harm if people want to entertain themselves. Remember, there was one time a report on Kenya Airways, in the last parliament. Yeah, and it took a long time. They did a lot of work, but it's somewhere in some cupboard because that's not part of their work. So, we cannot as a house ourselves go to tell them, don't do this. No, they have work to do. The Honorable Rachel Nyamai just raised the issue of the many pending bills that have come from here, even from their own members. So, we cannot, because we don't police the other house. So, it's really up to us as leadership to move on. We know the committee that will produce a report that will be acted on is the committee of this house. Well, maybe, but you see, somebody should raise these questions. Because even as you raised, Honorable Jude Jomo, there's a question of foreign policy. But remember, there is also a committee on foreign policy there, even defense. But you look at the functions, the 4 functions under Article 96. Even representation, they represent geography, not human beings. And then serve to protect the interests of county governments. Oversight is restricted to national revenue, which comes through CARA and Division of Revenue. And the 4th function is to participate, to deal with the issues of impeachment, which will have come from this house anyway. So, but you know, you see people saying all manner of things that even out there, you have seen. They'll go out telling everybody, you joke with us, we are going to fine you, we are going to impeach you. I mean, it's oversight over state officers and state organs, national state organs, is the exclusive function of the National Assembly. It's very clear. It is even this house that begins the process of removal. So, but you know, like we said, you know, some of these things which are done, but you know, there's a program by a journalist that I used to enjoy a lot. It's no longer, it's called Lolani Kalu. Gumzo Mtaani, you know, I used to enjoy that. I don't know whether many of you may have heard that one. So this could be part of it. Gumzo Mtaani, you know, then. So, Honorable Jude, there's nothing we can do about this. We just, because the National Executive is at liberty to look at what has been said, and there can be no sanctions. There can be no sanctions because you cannot sanction if you don't have authority ab initio. So, for you to sanction, even the Cabinet Secretary, you must have the power to do what you purport to have done, to even make that recommendation. But if you didn't have it ab initio, and in this case constitutionally, it means that even any attempt to have that thing enforced would fall flat on the face of anybody trying to enforce it. So we just have to live with it, and part of it, as I say, that's entertainment, gumzo mtaani, or mazungumzo badala ya kazi. The Honorable Waruguru seems to enjoy that. Mazungumzo badala ya kazi. Let's just go on with this. Honorable Rachel, we'll keep pursuing that. Yeah. Honorable Chanda, you have something on the same line? Please.
But thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 things, but number 1 is been brought largely by your observation and what has been brought by June Jomo. We've mentioned and we've talked about these things like those from the Senate many more times, including some of the proposals, the proposed legislation that get to us. We've many times said, does it really need to come this route? Or are these things that are supposed to be done by county governments? I think we've mentioned very many of those. But Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to bring around is that in the executive, when there are conflicts within itself, they have ways of how to sort them out, either through some executive order trying to correct if there are conflict across departments, or if the placements of departments are in wrong ministries and stuff like that. I wanted to think as Parliament, when something like this is on us and it is wrong, we really need to get away with how to sort it out as Parliament. Either, I don't know what kind of an arrangement, but what's happening is really a problem. In as much as, Mr. Speaker, you are saying, you're talking about this exhibition. These exhibitions cost money. These exhibitions cost money here in the Senate. And there are many, and there are a lot. And when we are doing the budget of Parliament, there's a portfolio we give to the Senate. And I think there's a problem when we are giving the budget to the Senate for purposes of exhibitions. I think there's a problem that needs to be sorted out. I don't know whether we can have an extension of PSC somewhere sitting to resolve this kind of a problem that we have, so that Parliament solves this problem. The idea of committees in the Senate and committees in the National Assembly conflicting, I think there's a much, much more bigger problem that we need to look at it. What I wanted to bring in number 2 is that some element of clarity, Mr. Speaker, from the majority leader in terms of the extension that we were talking about. the extension, Mr. Speaker, the majority mentioned that we are not extending the, no, we are not doing a sitting, but we are doing the extensions of the sittings. If this could be clarified, and also in relation to like Wednesday morning, when the private members' bill come in the morning of Wednesday, so does it mean that now part of the evening of Wednesday will also be taking care of private members' bill, yeah. Mr. Speaker?
That, absolutely. We've considered that we'll have to, because ideally we want to make sure that the House has expressed itself one way or the other on the many private members' bills, so that they don't get lost. Some of them could easily get lost if they go beyond the 2-year period limitation. So that's what we want. We will make sure that more private members' bills are included, not just on Wednesday evening, even on the other 2 evenings. Yeah, we'll try to strike a balance. Let's go to question number 279. The member for nominated member, Honorable Gideon Ketel. Honorable Gideon Ketel, nominated member. So the next member for Kadiani, Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 306 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. First, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the cause of delays in the payment of salaries for part-time lecturers in public and private universities over the last 6 months? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what measures has the ministry taken to ensure that the lecturers are paid their salaries in full without any further delays? And 3, could the Cabinet Secretary take decisive measures to permanently address the financial problems facing these part-time lecturers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next question by the member for Meru County, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is 478 of 2021 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures in place to ensure construction of public education institutions across the country and probably supervised by experts to ensure quality standards are met and that the safety of learners is not compromised? 2, Honorable Speaker, what plans has the ministry put in place to repair old and dilapidated school infrastructures in Meru County so as to forestall their collapse? Number 3, Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used by the ministry to allocate and disburse infrastructure funds meant for public learning institutions in Meru County? Thank you, Honorable.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next question is by the member for Sirisia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I ask question number 488 of 2021 to the Attorney General. Could the Attorney General explain measures in place to ensure that the country is ready to meet the 2026 deadline with respect to elimination gender-based violence, given the increased cases of domestic violence in the country? Roman 2, could the Attorney General also state whether the government has undertaken any survey in the last 5 years regarding cases of gender-based violence, and what was the outcome? Roman 3, what is the status of implementation of the presidential directive that the government would invest about Kenya shillings 2.3 billion by the year 2022 and a further 5 billion by 2026 to help fighting gender-based violence and establish shelter for women and girls who are in dire need and vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. Roman 4, out of the amount stated in the presidential directive, how much has been dispersed to Bungoma County and in particular Sirisia constituency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Last question is by nominated member, Honorable Godfrey Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask question number 490 of 2021, and the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation, and it reads, Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progress report on the current status of implementation of each project component of the Vihiga water supply project launched by the Cabinet Secretary in 2018? Roman 2, when is the project expected to be completed? Roman 3, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain the plans in place to revise funding to the project to cater for the critical component on last mile connectivity to households? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. For the second time, question by nominated member Gideon Ketel. Absent, question dropped. Go to second segment. Responses. There's a response by the Departmental Committee on Transport and Public Works to a request by the Honorable Baya. Who's responding? Huh? Oh, it's a request by the Honorable Baya. Okay.
A statement, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to make a request for a statement regarding expansion of the Malindi International Airport. Honorable Speakers, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on expansion of the Malindi International Airport for purposes of tourism promotion. Honorable Speaker, the tourism sector relies heavily on transport infrastructure in order to thrive in both the domestic and international tourism market. The Malindi tourism circuit includes areas of Vipingo, Mnarani, Takaungu, Kilifi, Watamu, Mayungu, Malindi, and Mambrui that all rely on the Malindi International Airport to boost international tourism business. The sector urgently requires an upgraded airport in order to attract more international airlines flying directly between Malindi and various destinations and source markets. Honorable Speaker, the Malindi tourism circuit business continues to suffer due to the limited size of the Malindi airport, and it is on account of these concerns that I seek for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing on the following. 1. Within which timelines shall the Ministry of Transport take over the land that was compulsorily acquired for the expansion of Malindi Airport and duly compensate the affected homeowners under the expansion program that stalled over 4 years ago? Within which timelines shall the ministry upgrade the airport to passport control standards to allow direct flights from tourism source markets? Within which timelines shall the airport's runway be upgraded and expanded to increase business at the airport? And within which timelines shall the ministry allow Ethiopian Airlines, Alitalia, and other international airlines to fly direct to Malindi Airport in order to boost tourism business? And finally, Mr. Speaker, does Kenya Airways intend to inaugurate direct flights from Milan, Rome, Berlin, and other key tourism source markets to Malindi Airport? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The Chair, Transport. Who's the deputy? The request will be channeled through the Office of Leader of Majority. Next request is by the member for Moyale Town. No? Moyale. Honorable Kolicha Gufu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me to request for a statement regarding supply of water to Moyale Town. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources regarding water project meant for water supply to Moyale Town in Moyale constituency. Honorable Speaker, Moyale Town has been experiencing water challenges since independence, and according to the 2019 population census, Moyale has registered a population of over 400 people. Water problems have hindered investors, business enterprises, and economic development in the region, and made the place inhabitable, especially to even government employees who find it difficult to continue working in the area. Honorable Speaker, the national government of Kenya allocated 150 million towards Oda Moyale Town water project that connect water from Oda Bowl to Moyale Town, Elu, Somare, Sesi, Manyataburji, and Butie location. The Noda Water Works Development Agency, a state corporation in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, had received funds from the National Treasury in 2022 towards the cost of financing water projects in the region under different program for financial year 2020-2021. However, Oda Moyale project has stalled, notwithstanding payment of the contractor, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the following. Could the Chairperson provide report on the status of construction of Oda Moyale project as at November 2021, including how funds allocated for the project were utilized and the cost for it is stalled despite funds being released to the contractor? 2, could the Chairperson explain the measures in place to ensure completion of the project? And finally, Mr. Speaker, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that the residents of Moyale Town have access to clean and safe water? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair, Environment, Sophia. The Vice Chair is there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will respond in 2 weeks' time.
Very well. The third one by Honorable Kipsengeret Koros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I raised a request for a statement regarding the government preparedness on food security, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44, subsection 2C, I rise to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the government's preparedness with regards to food security that may be hampered by drought. Honorable Speaker, as we are aware, the country is experiencing unusual and poor pattern of rainfall distribution. Further, that there has been a delay in onset of the short rains typically experienced between October and December of every calendar year. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, weather forecast reports from the Meteorological Department indicates that the country shall experience below average rainfall, which is unlikely to sustain especially small-scale farmers who depend on raining for their farming activities. Honorable Speaker, in reality, there is an impending crisis on how the country will respond to the demands of food, water, and green pasture for the pastoralist. From experience, it has been worse and profound when the government is unable to feed its citizens and provide fodder or pasture for pastoralist communities. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. What is the contingency plans in place by the minister to deal with countries' possible food shortages? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what steps is the ministry taking to equip the small-scale farmers with alternative farming methods or techniques like irrigation, or to avert food shortages due to lack of sufficient rainfall? 3, does the ministry have any plans to provide farmers with drought-resistant seed? 4, has the ministry set aside funds or budget to cushion its citizens against drought and famine? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Agriculture, Chair, Agriculture. Vice Chair. The Vice Chair is here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to commit ourselves to a period of 2 weeks.
Very well, Honorable Koros. Very well. Response, there's a response to a question, to a request for a statement made by, the request was by the Honorable Sosion. Honorable Sosion, you gave an indication that a response had come.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am assured by the chair of the committee, Honorable Florence Mutua, that she has the report. And I think, Honorable Speaker, I'm ready to receive it.
Yeah, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, last week, Wednesday, you are not on the chair. The Deputy Speaker was on the chair. Honorable Speaker, because of a matter of great national importance, the drought that is ravaging northern Kenya, and the Speaker, you must have seen on television, loss of lives, people's life in danger, carcasses everywhere. I sought a statement, Mr. Speaker, from, if the member can give the speaker, I sought a statement from 2 ministers, the Minister for National Treasury, Mr. Speaker, and his counterpart, the Minister in charge of Special Program Gender. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker on the chair, because of the magnitude of the issue, asked the 2 committees of National Security and Finance to summon and give feedback to the House by Wednesday yesterday. Speaker, I am still waiting for the summon so that I can present myself before the 2 ministers. Mr. Speaker, secondly, and more fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, I also sought a statement 2 months ago, and you're aware, on the Capital Market Authority and issues to do with Saiton, where millions and thousands of Kenyans lost their money. The same Minister for Finance, Mr. Speaker, is yet to appear before that committee. Speaker, I also sought a statement, and I'm yet to get 2 months ago from the same minister on Kenya National Bureau of Statistics led presentation of various economic survey reports that are used by stakeholders, including the National Treasury. So, Mr. Speaker, the people I represent, the region I represent as a patron of the pastoralists, people are dying. Livestock and livelihood is finished, Mr. Speaker. As we speak today, the rains have, and even the projection is so bad. So, Mr. Speaker, because the president declared a national disaster, 2 billion was allocated, nothing is on the ground. I asked the minister to give us the statistics per constituencies. And the Speaker, the chair of national security, took undertaking with the vice chair of defense, vice chair of finance. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want you to guide this House that this particular minister of national treasury, who is busy with the politics, should come back to this House and answer our question, Mr. Speaker. He has no choice. He can play his politics, but people that he purports to represent in the future are dying. I don't know whether they will even vote. Their livelihood is finished. And Mr. Speaker, I need that direction because I waited yesterday, I waited today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, today. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to give directions that the people I represent can see and hear. The minister can give us the statistics of how food, water, animal offtake by Kenya Meat Commission and animal feeds component are being distributed in that region, Mr. Speaker.
Did you say the Honorable Mwadi was given an undertaking?
No, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the chance to respond to that issue. But I thought you would have dealt with the statement that was ready to be issued. But nonetheless, I stood and I sought direction from the Speaker then regarding the reference of that matter to 2 departmental committees. And the Deputy Speaker, who was a Speaker sitting where you are now, Honorable Speaker, gave clear direction that that matter will be dealt with by the Committee on Finance.
Well, as the Chair of Finance, the Chair of Finance and Honorable John Bandy are conspicuously absent. Do they have something in common? The Vice Chair of Finance, Honorable Waihenya Dirangu, member for Royal Suburbs. Maybe now that matter should be taken up by the leader of majority. But was it for Honorable Dwele to appear before the committee alongside the Cabinet Secretary? Then is the Cabinet Secretary scheduled to appear before any committee? Well, the committee can invite let summons to issue. Summons to issue for the Cabinet Secretary to appear before the committee on Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Honorable Florence Mutua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, the Honorable Wilson Sosion had requested for a statement regarding schools unrest in the country. Honorable Speaker, we forwarded the same to the Ministry of Education, and I beg to give the response as follows. It is a long read, Mr. Speaker, and I just ask the members to bear with me.
Take the highlights.
The public interest.
In any event, the Honorable Sosion has a copy of the response, isn't it?
Okay. The first question was, in view of the proper governance structure in existence in managing schools in the education sector in general, what are the causes of the ongoing unrest in schools across the country? The response is the causes, according to the various task forces and field reports, can be grouped into 2. One, school-based factors and other factors. Quickly to the school-based factors, we have congestion in classrooms and dormitories. This could be attributed to the 100% transition policy and the increasing population. Communication breakdown between the students and the administration. Unrest could be a way of communication about underlying irritabilities. Poor communication channels promote violent expression of students' needs. C, drug and substance abuse in schools. This requires a multi-agency approach to address effectively causes of students being under the influence of drugs when engaging in destruction of school property has been reported. D, the school administrative styles. Stringent administrative tendencies could be viewed as oppressive by students today who are mainly used to unlimited freedom in their homes and their parents. This could be a major cause of resentment by students to administration. And then the congested school calendar. That's a long one, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that is clear to the members. Then we have reduced extracurriculum activities. This is due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Inter-school activities were suspended. This denied the learners who are gifted in various areas and fields, an opportunity to engage and interact outside the school environment, besides occasionally allowing the whole school ease of pressures beyond the confines of the school. Then we have inadequate guidance and counseling services. Many schools lack professional counselors. On other factors, Mr. Speaker, the negative influence of the media, TV, and social media that tended to glorify violence. The modern student has easy access to information from the mainstream and social media, and this has on certain occasions had a negative influence on their modeling. Then we have poor school-community relationship. Then we have poor parenting. There is an element of poor role modeling in school children due to parental negligence and absconding of this social duty on the assumption that is being handled by the teacher. Then we have insensitivity to a changing society. The school managers and teachers may be insensitive to the emerging trends in behavioral adaptation of the students. There is therefore possibility of conflicting approaches in addressing behavioral correction by teachers. Then we have poor role models. Many students have experienced gaps in role modeling and draw support from media and peers. Children are crying out for someone to guide them. The father figure is absent in certain cases. This Kenyan society is patriarchal in nature. Therefore, if leadership is absent from fathers, confusion is imminent. That might explain why over 70% of the unrests are reported from boys' schools. Then we have the peer pressure. Mr. Speaker, that one I can skip. Then we have inadequate school inspection services. Due to inadequate capacity to offer inspection services, it is likely that precipitating triggers of unrest are not detected on time, thus failing to arrest them before they occur. Then we have the teacher factors. The law seems to protect the child even in criminal behavior, thereby making teachers hesitant to carry out disciplinary measures. This is made worse by parents who are overprotective of their kids. It is not uncommon to hear a parent remark that their child is innocent, even when the school has evidence of misconduct. The second question was, what practical measures is the Ministry of Education pursuing in addressing the current spate of unrest in schools? The response, Mr. Speaker, reads, the Ministry of Education, together with other state agencies, education managers, and school administration, is pursuing the following actions to address the current spate of unrest. One, in the short term, action has been initiated against aspects in the school unrest and include 302 arrests have been made between January and November, with 126 cases recorded in November 2021 as at 11th November 2021. 41 suspects have been arraigned in court as at 11th November 2021. Board of Management meetings have been directed to convene urgent meetings and put in place modalities of ensuring enhanced school safety. The county security and intelligence committees have been directed to convene meetings with the education stakeholders in the various counties to discuss matters school unrest, and a circular has been issued by the Ministry of Education to field officers to liaise with school administration and the national government, GAO, to improve the management of safety and security of schools. There has been closure of affected schools to pave way for investigations and cost assessment of ensuring damages to the schools in accordance with the Regulation 35 and 36 of the Basic Education Regulations 2015. Conditional readmission of students in the affected schools in a bid to pick out those who are involved in the arrest for necessary disciplinary actions. Then we have controlled transfer of students to stem out movement of undisciplined students from one school to another. Schools have been instructed to double the number of teachers on duty, especially at night in boarding schools, and finally, strengthening of guidance and counseling. In the medium to long term, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, working in concert with other stakeholders, will pursue the following actions to help abet further occurrence of unrest. Holding stakeholder fora led by regional and county level coordinators of education to address schools unrest, enhanced monitoring of the current situation to avert any further escalation of arson incidences, resumption of school co-curricular calendar, ensuring that there is flexibility in school programs, and that tenable demands of the learners are addressed by the school administration, fast-tracking of the court cases and secure convictions of all cases involving incitement and destruction of school property, enhanced CCTV coverage in schools by exploring ways of making the IT solution affordable to schools, engage the relevant state agencies to provide for recruitment of additional teachers to address the existing shortage, the government to address the level of congestion in tuition and boarding facilities progressively. The ministry recommends structured courses for institutional heads to be trained on managerial and leadership skills on a regular basis, enhance sensitization on drugs and substance abuse policy in schools, while at the same time working with players in the security sector to curtail availability of drugs. Recruitment of professional counselors to schools, schools to establish welfare committees comprising of teachers, non-teaching staff, and students that will address both internal and external potential causes of unrest and improve school-community relations. Both institutions and prisons only hold convicted students, thus need to address the issue of criminal indiscipline. The education correctional institutions envisaged by the BEA 2013 need to be established where student suspects can continue learning as they await verdict. They also do not cover secondary education. The country needs to fully examine critically the place of boarding schools going into the future. Finally, has the ministry involved all relevant stakeholders in addressing and mitigating past and present occurrences of unrest in schools? Mr. Speaker, the response reads, to address the issue of schools unrest, the government has in the past appointed task forces. They include 1, Claire Omolo Task Force, 2, Devi Koech Task Force, 3, Naomi Wangai Task Force. In the course of undertaking the functions assigned to them, the task forces engaged with all stakeholders. The ministry compiled the recommendations of these task forces for action and implementation in 2013. The ministry has therefore engaged with the relevant stakeholders and the recommendations touching on policies, legal, research and monitoring, financing, teachers, schools. And the implementation of the recommendations is at various stages. With me, Mr. Speaker, is a very clear matrix showing the level of the recommendations. And as a committee, we would really urge the Ministry of Education to ensure that most of these recommendations are acted upon quickly so that we can have sanity in the sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sosiem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the Chair and the Ministry for availing this report within 7 days. And I would say, Honorable Speaker, the responses are indeed extensive and satisfactory, but there are a number of glaring issues that really need this House to move further. I would recommend, Honorable Speaker, that on the basis of this report, this House should take further action, because the matter of school unrest and the banning is very repetitive. It's indeed very repetitive right from 2008. And the question you are asking, why are they banning dormitories only? It's only dormitories. Even if we hear an incident in the next coming days, we had 2 cases over the weekend, Jamhuri High School and Kerugoya Girls, it is the banning of dormitories. Why is it only dormitories? And this has not been touched on the report. Honorable Speaker, I would also have wished that this report touched on other emerging issues, because it is reference on the activities of the previous task forces. There are other issues to do with policies that are conceived without proper consultations, like when you look at the localization of principals, this has affected quite a number of schools. It's an issue that needs to be examined further. And of course, I welcome the clear analysis that the day schools have done well. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the report, and if you look at it across the country, we've not had any incident at all reported at the day schools. And looking at the cumulative additional value of the implementation of the reports, 70% of our high school students are in day schools. And the question of looking at the future of boarding schools really becomes extremely collective. Admission of the effect of 100% transition is an indictment on the ministry. Is accepting admission, excessive admission, and there could be congestions in the dormitory and poor boarding services, and that is what is leading to this direct action from students. Could this not have been avoided by engaging in proper preparation of boarding services in our schools? It could be about the quality of boarding services. And those of us who have done psychology, the child psychology, if you see students burning dormitories, then it means there is something wrong in the dormitories. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the matrix, I'm attracted to the very extensive matrix of the Ministry of Education, and particularly a recommendation that the boarding services should be outsourced so that the boarding services are of high quality and high standards, and it should be delinked from other aspects of school management. And from the matrix, it is indicating that it has not been acted upon. If indeed it was a recommendation, why was it not acted upon? Honorable Speaker, the recommendations are good, the direction is good, but I think, Honorable Speaker, I would recommend that the Committee of the House can take advantage of the report and do further audit of the schools that are affected with respect to the matrix, so that we can help the ministry.
Now you are debating this report. It's not, there's no need for debate. You just needed to highlight this or the other and the other, and then, so you are going to take the whole afternoon. I mean,
yeah, Honorable Speaker, considering the gravity of the matter,
it doesn't matter. No, not when I'm on the chair.
Yes.
That's in breach of the rules. It's just, the rules don't have that thing we are calling gravity. It's just to make comments. If there's anything which is not clear.
Yes, I think, Honorable Speaker, I've made very extensive comments on the same.
Try to find out from the chair.
Finally, I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. Then finally, I recommend that the committee can further take action on this with respect of certain action that have not been acted upon on the matrix. If this is done, we should be able to stop this cycle of waves of strikes in our schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, I would not wish to encourage debates on statements that have been read. Just a comment here and there. Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to the chair, that is a more comprehensive report, but when you look at some of the recommendations, I think it would have been good to question, because when you talk of issues like outsourcing of catering services, and you find that many of these students, even paying fees is a problem, because even with the bursary that we are giving, many of them are feeling challenges. Parents are not able to pay for that. So when a ministry makes a recommendation like delinking the education from the services of catering, then are they really being realistic? Because not all parents can be able to afford a situation where you have outsourcing of such a kind of services like catering. The second issue, which I wanted to seek clarification or make a comment, is when we have students burning the dormitories, I was listening keenly, and I wanted to find out, where are they getting the fire from? Are they using the petrol? And how does this fire enter into the school? Is there any, because you talked of external factors and also internal factors. Among the external, are there people who have been arrested for taking fire to the schools? Because that bit of it is what I would also want to find clarification. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But of course, I imagine that what you are raising can only be responded to with the specifics. In this incident, in this school, traces of petrol or something, some other such like substances were found, but it cannot be generic, because it may be that in others, maybe those students and other people who engage in smoking could even have provided the fire. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment that that's a comprehensive report, but now how to move forward, Honorable Speaker. My suggestion is for the House to seize this report and work on it. It should come back to us, Honorable Speaker, as a full report of the Committee of Education. And then, thereafter, it should now be handed over to the Committee on Implementation, so that we can now really follow up with the very good recommendations to understand, has the ministry implemented the solution, the problems and the solutions as laid down in the statement. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking that the committee takes it up, writes a full report, so that we can really have it into the House as a whole. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I must commend the Chair of the Education Committee, who happens to be the women rep for my county, for bringing a comprehensive report in this House in a very touchy issue of school fires in this country. Honorable Speaker, I must on record my constituency, Funyula, has had 2 devastating fires. At Galame High School, 5 dormitories have been torched in a spate of 3 months, and 2 dormitories have been torched at Nambovoto Secondary School. While the report is fairly general, gives far-reaching recommendation, I totally agree with the majority whip that the committee needs to go beyond the statement, says the matter at its own volition and own accord, investigate, or in a form of a petition, review these cases thoroughly. Honorable Speaker, the most disappointing case that many times this fire happened, the security organs do not move with speed to analyze in details what caused the fire, what was the, what actually was the main cause of the fire, what was the fuel that fueled the fire. Because many times if we are able to find out what was the agent, we can then connect the dots up to the point where it's supposed to have been. Honorable Speaker, honestly speaking, it is a matter that as a country we must address. We are literally bringing up, sorry to use the word, we are bringing up criminals. And these criminals are coming from our homes. Our homes have become a breeding ground for criminals. Honorable Speaker, if as a country do not seize this matter and nick it in the bud and solve now, we are creating a dangerous society that's going to be destroyed in the years to come. I totally agree that it's a point we need to look at it. There are very many issues. There are very, very many issues, which unfortunately have not been covered in the report. Some have been glossed over. They need a thorough review. I sincerely support and request the committee to seize up the matter and deal with it. Look at what is the relationship between the principal and the teachers. What's the relationship in respect of the issues of contracts and tenders in the school that's also fueling animosity to a point that now the children are just being used as scapegoat. They're being used as a pawn in a fairly elaborate wars. They're not part of it. Honorable Speaker, it's a matter that has hurt me so much, I can speak about it the whole day. But I hope now as our process has begun, it's a matter that we can bring to the table for national discourse and debate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But remember that it was a request for a statement. So it's up to the committee, really. Honorable Florence Mutua, it's up to you, really, to, as a committee, to think whether, given that response, comprehensive report as it is, whether there are issues that you think, as a committee, you can take up and even make a report that you could now table before the House. Because we cannot debate that which is just a response from a ministry. Honorable Florence Mutua, you think there is...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members for their comments. As a committee, we are ready to take it up, as Honorable Wange has said, so that we can come up with a comprehensive report on this very urgent issue. Also, we will have to look at the issues that has been raised by Honorable Sosion on why it's only dormitories that are being banned and who brings this fuel. So these are things we need to sit down as a committee and agree on how we are going to get these facts and have table a report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Pukose, about the suspects. I only got the numbers of the people arrested. I'm not so sure who these people are. So as a committee, we will dig deeper and know who is in these 3 or 2 suspects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, of course, the Honorable Oundo did raise the issue that the security agencies are not always available to when these fires happen. And what crossed my mind is the efficiency that has been demonstrated by the security agencies today by nabbing 3 escaped convicts. The Honorable Dwelle suggests that you have to confirm the identities of those who have been arrested and those ones who escaped, so that you don't have you don't arrest the wrong people. The Honorable, because I see things that some persons in Kitui have been arrested. We only hope that they did not arrest the poor peasants. Maybe they are doubles. Can we get no, on this one? It's over. You know, it's not debate. You know, this house operates in. Yeah, you know, it's getting to 4:30. We still haven't gone to business. You know, it's important. Remember, this house represents the people, yeah, and legislates on behalf of the republic. You know, the others participate. So it is you have an onerous task of legislating, and not to just participate. Leader Majority statement.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, section 2, paragraph A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, the 16th of November, 2021, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, just to reiterate, as members are aware, we are in the 3rd part of the 5th session of the 12th Parliament, and in this regard, the remaining time is constrained in comparison to the pending business, and consequently, we did resolve...
Leader Majority, I'm just wondering whether the Chair of Committee on Administration is right to work where the next business, obviously, is business that touches his committee. Surely, that business on citizens' registration. Now,
we will.
Maybe he has not looked at the order paper.
I think he has delegated. He said he had delegated. Yeah.
To the Honorable Aduma.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Consequently, we resolved during the last meeting that we consider revising the calendar, and I want to thank members for having accepted our recommendation and passed the motion, which you did earlier. Honorable Speaker, I also do wish to reiterate that the House needs the assistance of the committee's chairpersons and members in expediting the pending business. In this regard, I urge all committees to finalize on their reports, which are critical to enrich debate at second reading, and it's almost becoming the norm that the House proceeds to debate a bill without the benefits of the committee input, which is certainly not in the spirit of our studying orders and the procedures of this House. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, there is quite a number of bills that are scheduled, but we are yet to receive the report from the relevant committees. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, the 23rd of November, 2021, the House is scheduled to consider the committee of the whole House the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, which is National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, and the House will also continue the consideration of the following bills at the second reading, which is the Asian Widows and Orphans Pensions Repeal Bill of 2021, the County Governments Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, the Provident Fund Repeal Bill of 2021, the Coffee Bill, which is Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, and the Mediation Bill of 2020. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before department committees as follows. A, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands is scheduled to appear before the Department Committee on Lands on 24th of November 2021 to respond to question number 343 of 2021 by Honorable Simba Arati regarding the ownership details of parcels of land occupied by Kilimani, Milimani, and Kileleshwa primary schools in the Nairobi City County. Question number 350 of 2021 by the Honorable Moses Kirima on the demarcation of boundaries between Tharaka Nithi and Meru counties along Central Imenti and Tharaka constituencies, as recommended by the Interim Independent Boundaries Review Commission in November of 2010. Question number 353 of 2021 by the Honorable Babu Awino, MP, regarding the ownership or status of parcels of land number 334 and 4422, which had been set aside for public use in Embakasi East constituency. Question number 420 of 2021 by the Honorable Godfrey Osotsi, regarding the ownership status of parcels of land within Mautama Central Settlement Scheme in Lugari constituency. Question number 433, 2021, by the Honorable Ali Wario, regarding the details of Nairobi Ranching Company Limited in Chara, Kipini, and Witu areas of Tana River County, including land owned by the company and the date of acquisition. Question number 411, 2021, by Honorable Rahab Mukami, regarding the progress on the realization of the Big Four agenda with respect to affordable housing. Question number 461, 2021, by the Honorable Florence Mbore, MP, regarding the ownership status and the total acreage of land occupied by Bomas of Kenya Limited in Langata constituency, Nairobi County, and compensation status for compulsory acquisition. Question number 461 of 2021 by the Honorable Badi Twalib, MP, regarding the circumstances surrounding sudden blockage of Mugada Road, CR 6811 in Jomvu constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry is scheduled to appear before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on November 25th, 2021 to respond to question number 416 of 2021 by the Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose regarding stoppage of the shamba system in various forest establishments in the country. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, the 23rd of November to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Honorable Duale?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of Majority for that comprehensive statement. But Mr. Speaker, there's a bill, and you need to help us. There's a bill by the member for Nambale, Sakwa Bunyasi on on managing the public debt and establishing an autonomous public debt management authority, which will be independent of the National Treasury. Speaker, I really want to indulge you that that bill, which is the private members' bill, is among the few private members' bills that you said are very, very important. And Mr. Speaker, I have been tracking the tracker of the National Assembly the last 2 years, and I don't know why. Somebody, I think, doesn't want to bring that bill. I kept on asking Honorable Sakwa. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want you to guide us on when that bill will come, so that next week we start the second reading. It's a bill that will help this country manage its debt. It's a bill that will establish an autonomous authority. And Mr. Speaker, it happens in all other, you have been around, you have been a chairman of the Public Investment Committee. This is something that happens in other jurisdictions. You know, the problem we are facing as a country, we need an independent, autonomous authority to manage the public debt as a country. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to ask you, maybe in the next House Business Committee, that that bill is fast-tracked. It's important not only to the member, but it's important to this House as we go on our last few days, few months before the end of the 12th Parliament, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can go into history as a House that dealt with many issues under your leadership, but this bill is very critical, Mr. Speaker.
The majority.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, the bill is very important. It's a very well drafted bill, but it has two processes that are still pending. And the first one, we have yet to get concurrence from the Senate that it does not concern counties. And the second one, it's then, the committee report is also pending. Yeah, no, it's 2020. Yeah, it was just done in 2020, but it has those two processes waiting. And once we unlock the Senate on concurrence, then we also in consultation. And that's what I was appealing to the committee chairs to actually go through some of those things. Let us have the reports, especially on a critical bill like that, so that we are not told there was no public participation. And hence, that's the only reason it's not on the order paper.
Have we done the communication to the Senate?
I think it's being followed. Yeah, I think it's on my tracker of this today. It's just showing that that concurrence is yet to be received. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the leader of majority cannot have his cake and eat it. And Honorable Wanyonyi will agree with me. Yesterday is the same leader of majority who was insisting that we start debating a bill from the Senate on county grants without the report of the committee being tabled. Now we are being told a bill that has been around for the last 18 months. And Honorable Bunyasi will agree with me that, number one, I have never seen the concurrence. The concurrence of the Senate is administrative, is a function at the Speaker's office. And it doesn't go to all bills. This is a bill within the reading of Article 109, Mr. Speaker, can originate here. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, a committee cannot keep a bill for more than a year, Mr. Speaker, if you look at it. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't have some bills being debated, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, under the guidance of the Deputy Speaker yesterday, later he realized the magnitude of the one on county government conditional grants, and he only allowed the chairman to move and to be seconded, and then said until the report is tabled. So, Mr. Speaker, unless something is going on, somebody somewhere, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, you need to give us direction, you as our Speaker, that why this bill in the corridors of Parliament is a private members. My bill, which was done this year, Mr. Speaker, is in, if you look at the Wednesday chronology, my own bill, I think somewhere in May this year, is in order number 1516. So why is the bills that are in the order? This bill has been published. It has been read for a second time. Mr. Speaker, and even at the last page, it has at the memorandum of objects, it says whether this bill concerns counties. So, what are we talking about? Concurrence of the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not split hairs here. Let us not split hairs. This bill, and I'm sure if you give an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, please help us. Let us debate this bill. Let us form that independent debt management authority. Let us help this country manage debt. That's why we are here, Mr. Speaker.
But you know, if you look at the clear provisions of Article 110(3), it's before a bill is considered before any house, the two speakers shall resolve any question as to whether it's a bill concerning counties or not concerning counties. It may well be that in the memorandum of objects and reasons stated that it does not concern counties. But unfortunately, you are all aware of the High Court decision, you know, on these matters. So what we do is literally every bill, including these very obvious ones, the finance bill, the appropriations bill, which you know does not concern counties, because counties have their own appropriation bills. You know, there are 47. So a national government appropriations bill can never concern counties. But you see, Article 165 provides that the final interpretation of the Constitution is vested in the judiciary. So the judiciary somehow thinks that even those ones which are clearly where they have no where the appropriation bill, an appropriation bill, an act is purely to allow government to withdraw funds, and that there's no way it can concern counties, because counties have their own appropriations bills and acts. Yeah, now, but the judiciary are saying that, no, even that one you need to go and the wording of Article 110(3) is resolve any issue, any question. So, in fact, some of the judicial officers, to whom I have a lot of respect, have clearly ruled that a question must arise. Because that's what Article 110(3) presupposes. The question must arise. So if no question has arisen, then there's nothing for the two speakers to resolve. So, but now some other, of course, sometimes, because they don't go to the same schools. So there's another group which was brought from outlying stations, and they came and they didn't read this. So they made that determination. We respect, but we respectively disagree. But nevertheless, we obey. They have said that we need to resolve. In fact, the leader majority talked about concurrence. The Constitution does not talk about concurrence. It is the resolution of any question as to whether it concerns counties. Now, maybe Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi could tell us, because I am aware that I've actually read your bill. Maybe you could tell us. I cannot remember where exactly it is.
Let me get my mask on, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank the MP for Garissa Town for getting sufficiently concerned to raise this matter. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I've been following up this fairly frequently. The last one was yesterday. Yesterday was the day before. And the Finance Committee had not yet finalized the report, I understand, because they are waiting for comments from the central bank. That's the reason that was given, which surprised me a bit, because the last time that we had this public participation meeting with the various agencies, in which the central bank did not show up, but we had Treasury, we had ISPAC, and we had others, is about 3, or probably, I have to get exactly, at least 3 months ago. So this delay in finalizing a report internally, they're waiting for Central Bank comments. Central Bank is an interested party in the sense that we would reduce the fiscal revenue to the Central Bank because of the provisions of this bill. So they probably will not be excited to comment on it quickly, but it does not conflict with their core mandate as a central bank. These are fiscal responsibilities that go to the executive in the finance side. And I think it would be really helpful for that to come before the House. There are many public interest questions that are in there. And so I would urge, Mr. Speaker, as you think through this and as you give us your feedback on it, that maybe there needs to be some service charter in the committees also to have a turnaround for this report. Otherwise, the role of private members is completely diminished. We're just here to pass bills by government, and also private members, which do come after some time, are really, really frustrated. And we do not have an open, transparent system for saying it's too late. Rather, it's taking too much time. I really would urge the leadership of the House, including the majority leader who is here, and the whip is here, and others, that we look into this. And this particular is of tremendous interest to the country. And contrary to what people fear and think, that probably the bill will gag the administration from incurring. No, it doesn't. It helps rationalize that process. And it helps make the process more transparent. It helps to provide rigorous analysis behind it. It helps provide bookkeeping, better bookkeeping that's being done, more open record management. It will be a lot easier for us to deal with these agencies we work with and so on. It's really a positive, growth-enhancing bill. So I would urge, Mr. Speaker, that we get it to come.
Honorable Sakwa, could you, just for my information, has it been read the first time?
The secretary, we are waiting to come.
So then the resolution between the two speakers has happened. Yeah, I think. No? If the issues about Article 110.3 have been sorted out, then it's just a committee to do public participation and bring their report to the House. Perhaps no, can we get an update on Tuesday from the committee, from the chair of the Finance Committee? And let the chair now begin to be a bit more. I don't know what happened. She suddenly has disappeared from the House. Now, I did make this plea on Monday that, please, even as you do those other things, let's not, the business of the House must not suffer. So there's a vice chair, but let's get an update on Tuesday. So the clerk to follow up with the chair of the committee. I think there may be no issue about 110.3 from what I'm getting. Yes. So we will get a report on it. And I would urge that the Honorable Sakwa Bunyasi please be also present so that whatever update we'll be getting from the committee, you're able then to relate to what you have just reported in the House. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Report on a public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services. Resumption of debate.
The information I have is that this report had been moved. The mover had moved, and the seconder was in the process, but as a balance of 3 minutes. And the person who was seconding was the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, who is not present, but did write to me requesting that the Honorable Aduma, yes, to proceed to take his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the 3 minutes to second the report. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that this report was brought by my longtime friend, who must be very privileged because he's one of the few members who has known Aduma for over 16 years, Honorable Duale. Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable member brought actually concerns the issue of registration of persons. And according to the report, this is an issue in which the members were concerned, and we looked at the report and made very practical recommendations on how to assist on the petition. Mr. Speaker, we urge the members to actually support the committee, join the committee, and support the members. The implementation should be fast-tracked so that the people do not suffer from lack of amenities. We realize that without proper registration, the people do not enjoy some of the basic amenities which they ought to enjoy. They cannot get proper treatment in hospitals, they cannot get proper bank services, and they cannot also enjoy education facilities in the schools. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I'm also informed that even for the men who have attained the age of majority cannot enjoy the basic conjugal rights because they're being discriminated. They cannot marry. So I would... So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge that we join and support this motion so that the people could enjoy these very, very basic needs. I have known the mover of this petition for a very long time when he was indeed, actually, when I was the executive in Garissa Township. I had known Duale that long, and the privilege of meeting me made him really enter this house and became a ranking member ahead of me, because for him to get access to Baba, he had to rely on me many times for that access. So I support and I second this motion so that this should be fast-tracked for the benefit of our people in Wajir and Garissa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I second the report.
I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of a public petition by residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizens' registration services, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, August 11th, 2021. Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of my public petition by the residents of Wajir and Garissa counties regarding lack of access to citizen registration services on the basis of their fingerprints being captured within the framework and database of UNHCR. Mr. Speaker, when I brought this petition, it was following what a representative of the great people of Garissa Township had witnessed. And Mr. Speaker, for 60 years now, since independence, can you imagine the citizens of this country in Garissa Town constituency, in Lagdera, in Ijara, in Fafi, Dadaab, and Wajir South constituencies have not been in a position to access government services, including health, education, and economic rights, such as accessing banking services and formal employment. Mr. Speaker, without an ID, what can you do in this country? And my answer is nothing. Mr. Speaker, Article 12 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that every citizen is entitled to the rights and privileges and benefits of citizens that include a Kenyan passport and any other documents of registration or identification issued by the state to its citizens. The Kenya Citizenship, Mr. Speaker, and Immigration Act of 2011 also provides for registration and issuance of identification documents to Kenyan citizens. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, my people have a constitutional right to be registered and to be issued with identification documents, just like any other Kenyans. And we have no apologies. And we are going nowhere. Mr. Speaker, these Kenyans, by virtue of their livelihood in the 90s, following a severe drought, just like what we are experiencing now, went to the refugee camps in order to get basic livelihood services. In the camps, there was food. In the camps, there was better education. There was better health facilities. The Speaker, within their neighborhood, within the borders of Kenya, and that is not a crime, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is going on in this country. There is a systematic plan and strategy to profile a certain community called the Somali community in all the successive governments, Mr. Speaker. And we are telling those people that we are here to stay. We will not go back. Even if our fingerprints are captured, the UNHCR has invested resources and time and technology to prove to the government of Kenya that these are Kenyans and people of Kenyan origin. It's, however, Mr. Speaker, very sad that my people lack registration and identification document, which is as a result of them being registered in the refugee database, mainly at Dadaab, Kakuma refugee camps, in order for them to access such services like medical and education opportunities, but now have been left as stateless, life without dignity in their own country. So, Speaker, you can imagine children above the age of 18 years who cannot go to a university, who cannot gain formal employment, who cannot even visit at night health facilities. Ladies who are married cannot take their child to hospital. Mr. Speaker, this is an indictment. This is not what the 2010 Constitution and more so the Bill of Rights anticipated. This is the same government, Mr. Speaker, that is registering the Makondes and making them the 45 tribes of Kenya, giving them registration documents. But when it comes to Kenyans who are born, their fathers and their mothers known. And Mr. Speaker, in the 2017 general election, this was a campaign promised by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And I want to thank him, because the president asked a task force to be established. It was done. They went to the ground with all the arms of security, the intelligence, the police, with the help of the chiefs and the elders. They verified close to 17,000 of these Kenyans to be given their rightful citizen documents. But Mr. Speaker, some people somewhere between the office of the president and NSSF, where the National Registration Bureau is established, think that the people in these 5 constituencies do not deserve those documents. And we are telling them, shame on you. You must. It's a constitutional right. We are not begging. But now, Mr. Speaker, we are told the documents are ready. They need to be given, because of the campaign period again, they need to be given either by leaders of certain regional parties, or the Minister for Interior, or the President. We don't care who gives. Please hurry. You can take the whole government and do a ceremony, but we want our children to get those documents. Please give our children those documents. They need it, like yesterday. Please, and we thank this committee, we thank this House, and we want to thank the National Registration Bureau and the task force, and this House must act, and must act now. I support, and also
let's have Honorable Dahil.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And as a person who is representing the Dab constituency and a resident of Garissa town, I want to thank the person who brought this petition, Honorable Adam Duale, Parliament, and on behalf of the residents of Garissa and Wajir County. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for the members of this House and Kenyans to understand what the issue is about. And it is actually very important for us to mention that we cannot talk about this issue without talking about how the Kenyans have ended up in the refugee database. Basically, what it means is that Kenyans have actually registered as refugees because when the refugees came first, the services available at the refugee camp were good. There was food, there was shelter, there was water, there was education, there was health, and so many things. And in 2006, the government harmonized the refugee database with the National Registration Bureau database. And consequently, everybody who was in the refugee database who wanted to get ID card could not access these cards. What this means is that for the last 30 years, the hosting communities of the refugees have shared with the refugees whatever resource came to the refugees, and the refugees have shared with us our local resources. We have intermarried with the refugees. We have lived together very harmoniously. And because of that, those Kenyans who ended up in the refugee database could not access the ID cards because the refugee database was harmonized with the national database. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that we cannot even think of closing the refugee camps in the Dab because over 70,000 Kenyans are in the refugee database who are actually part of the refugee population. And even as the government thinks about closing the refugee camp, the issue of removing Kenyans from the refugee database has to be addressed before we actually think of closing the camp. In fact, I say the closure of these camps is with the government of Kenya because for 30 years, those people have lived with us. We have shared their resources. We have entered into the database. They have shared with our local resources. And consequently, we have become, an integration has happened at the level of the county where the refugees are. Honorable Speaker, currently we are aware that about 20,000 people were vetted for removal from the refugee database. But let me say this. I believe myself there are still over 50,000 Kenyans who are still in the refugee database. And even if those people who are vetted are given ID cards and removed from the database, we still have many Kenyans who are in the refugee database who need to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, also, I want to say that for the Kenyan government, let us consider, like the case of Tanzania, how to close this camp without, always bringing deadlines. Because if you lived in the refugee camp for 30 years and you were born there, today you are 30 years old. If you came when you are 10 years old, you are 40 years old. If you came when you are 30 years old, you are 60 years old. Basically, those people have nowhere else to call home. And like the case of Tanzania, we have a president. I think the government of Kenya should even consider giving those refugees citizenship because of their long stay. Refugees have been taken to the US, to Europe, to many other parts. But Kenya has never accepted a refugee to be accepted as a citizen of this country. You know very well the Congress woman in the US, Ilham, came through Hagadera refugee camp. The Minister for one-time immigration and citizenship in Canada came through refugee. And these are people who have come through these camps. And I'm saying that the refugees also, if they're given opportunity, they can contribute to the economy, they can contribute to the welfare of this country, and also enhance security. With those many remarks, I want to say I support this report, and we hope that all those Kenyans in the refugee database will be removed so that they can get back their citizenship and they can actually integrate and get their rights as citizens of this country. With those many remarks, I support. Thank you very much.
Honorable Oudo, member for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, the issue of registration documents, specifically ID and passports, for communities living along the border has been a troublesome issue in this country for many, many years. For many years, the central government, or the national government, so to speak, has deliberately profiled these persons and these communities, believing that they are not truly and fully hearted Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, because of this reason, as my colleagues have said, these people have had nothing else to do to associate themselves with Kenya. That's why, Honorable Speaker, when you travel to Northeastern region, they always tell you about your Kenya, they'll profile you as nywele ngumu, because our activities and our actions since independence have demonstrated that they're not part and parcel of Kenya. We want to thank the committee for having listened. We want to thank the committee for having taken this petition to logical conclusion, and also want to thank the national government for having heard the pleas of these persons who left their homes in search of basic subsistence, basic survival, because the records available indicate that life in refugee camps have always been far much better than lives of the surrounding community. So it made sense, naturally, to go to those refugee camps so that they can get a livelihood that befits their status as Kenyans. Probably it's an indictment of the successive governments that you cannot treat your own citizen as second-hand citizen and treat others as better citizen. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, and based on the report of this committee, I'm encouraged. I might also have to move an amendment, a petition, especially for those of us who live along the border between Kenya and Uganda, especially from Busia district, Busia County. Naturally, Honorable Speaker, we are one community. We have got homes straddling between the two artificial boundaries that were created by the colonialists. They did not care that we have a shared heritage, we have shared names. Many of the names we have here are also found across. Many times it takes a lot of persuasion and a lot of noise for the registration clerks to even give ID numbers or IDs to people along the boundary. And most shockingly, Honorable Speaker, naturally, we, the men of Kenya, tend to marry women from Uganda. And because our marriage are always by mutual consent, there isn't much formalities that by mutual consent, because you smile, the lady smile, then the following day you talk, you come and live together. 10 years, 15 years down the line, or 30 years down the line, the lady has given you 20 children. All the children have got IDs, but the lady has been denied an ID because she did not come through the normal process. She didn't have a passport because in Uganda, they don't have passports, didn't have an ID, which she surrendered the immigration. In any case, there are so many panyarus, you don't even call them panyarus. They just come and go, so that it become a point, Honorable Speaker. As we talk now, many as members of parliament, we suffer every single day. The government has got Linda Mama program to assist ladies or mothers during childbirth, where they are paid through NHIF. But because they do not have IDs, Honorable Speaker, they cannot be enrolled in the program. So it means that the mother has to suffer, has to look for extra expenses to cover maternity cost. And many cases, Honorable Speaker, in terms where it will end up with cesarean, we find that many mothers are losing their lives. And if you profile, if you do a proper statistics, you find that these mothers do not have IDs because they're originally from Uganda. They have been with us for 20 or 30 years. We must have to relook at it. How do we naturalize our people? By virtue of sharing the bed with a Kenyan man, that woman is more of a Kenyan than even the man. Because where we come from, we say relationships are strengthened through two things, through the stomach and through the process that results in pregnancy. That should be strong enough to make a relationship, to make this a Kenyan. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Let's have Honorable Sophia Noor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this very, very important report. First, I want to support the report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on its consideration of the public petition by the residents of Wajir and Garissa counties. Mr. Speaker, Article 12 of the Constitution provides that every citizen in this country to the right and privilege and benefits of citizenship, including getting certificates and documents of registration, like birth certificate, identity card, and passports, Mr. Speaker, and other registration certificates, like driving license, Mr. Speaker. Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act 2011 also provides for registration and insurance of identification documents to all Kenyan citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my people, and particularly the youth from my constituency and other constituencies in the region, have suffered a great deal, Mr. Speaker. And they have no registration, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, and fellow colleagues who contributed to this report have said earlier on that most of the people from the region, during the very, very bad drought of 1990 and 91, when His Excellency then declared a state of emergency, and communities lost their livelihoods and lives, and the refugee camps were newly established, all our people migrated and moved in the refugee camp just to look for basic needs and basic, like water, food, shelter, Mr. Speaker. Along the line, Mr. Speaker, the data was captured in the refugee database, Mr. Speaker. That gave a problem to over 70,000 Kenyans who were recruited and captured in the refugee database. We have struggled as a community to advocate for their rights for many years, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate particularly His Excellency the President, who formed a task force and who again directed the Ministry of Interior to immediately work on the rights, on the citizenship of those Kenyans who were captured in the refugee database. The United Nations and the Kenyan government sat together, and some of us, as members of parliament in this house, were called for those meetings. We attended those meetings, and the result was we have today, as I'm standing here, 20,000 Kenyans who have been removed from, who are vetted and removed from the database of the refugee database, Mr. Speaker. Their documents are in the registration bureau here in Nairobi. So what we are asking, this house, which is the House of Records and that we quickly stand up and help those communities so that those identity cards which are ready, the 20,000 which are ready, should be given to the owners so that they will be able to get the services that is the rightful as a Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very shameful for our country. Just because you are a citizen, a Kenyan citizen, was not able to get the basic needs and the basic rights like any other person, and the person goes to refugee camps just to get those services, be it food, shelter, education, health services, and today they're not able to get, they're like stateless. And when you are stateless, Mr. Speaker, you lose your self-confidence, you lose your self-esteem, you are not able to become a person of standards, Mr. Speaker. You are not able to have free movement.
Honorable Sophia, there is nothing wrong. It is that it was just that your time is up. Honorable Muri Fabian.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on this recommendation of a very important petition. Honorable Speaker, if the due diligence has been done about the people living in that refugee camp, their right is to get their right documents. Under the challenge which we have in this country within the administration system of this country, our people who are in border, they are frustrated. The people who even are within the country, the center of the country, they are very frustrated to get their documents. Some documents like birth certificate, ID, and passport. To get them in this country, there are many cartels who are involved there to do business. Honorable Speaker, I take like my constituency in Kangundo. To get a birth certificate, you have to travel 150 kilometers to go to Machakos headquarters to get a birth certificate. Let's take, for example, the whole jurisdiction of the country. We have endman, we have sub-chief, we have a chief. They have the intelligence of the people who are born there, the people who are migrated there, and these people, they can be given the right through administrative services to give the birth certificates. In my constituency, we have gone ahead building assistant chief offices, but these offices, they are not being used by administration government. The office of the chief in this country has only been used to settle the mediation of the cases of lands, instead of doing the administration services. So, Honorable Speaker, if the Minister of Interior need to have our citizens and need to make this country grow economically, because the government cannot track their people without the identification. The government cannot enhance people to do business if the people they don't have documents. If you see some of our kids when they are standard 8 going to Form 1, they need birth certificate. Our parents with the little resources, they are being forced to move every corner seeking for this document, which can be just be found near assistant chief office or chief office. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't see, if the due diligence has been done, I don't see why we call our Kenyan refugees. The circumstances which has been happening in this country, people fail to have their basic foods, their basic rights of even clothing we don't have. So if they see anything come important like in refugee camp, you get people going there. So if we know our people, they have in challenge getting their basic rights, that area must be having assistant chief and a chief who have the intelligence of where those people come from. So we don't have any X with that. We don't know the people where they're coming from. Sometimes, young girls of now, because of COVID, 16 years girls, they have kids. That child, by the time to get a birth certificate, he'll be forced to looking for food for the child. He'll be forced again to look for money to bribe to get a birth certificate. How are we feeling a country at this time? We cannot provide birth certificate to our people. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I support this report. And I urge a lot, a birth certificate and a ID and a passport is a right for our citizens. They need to be given without these challenges. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mohammed Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stunned to see that there is some goodness on its way for those people who have languished in refugee camps due to various circumstances, and particularly Kenyans who are unable to access their birthrights. Citizenship and birthrights is enshrined in Chapter 3 of the Constitution of Kenya. And therefore, that gives a prerogative to this country to be able to provide their citizens all documents that are required. Having said that, the current circumstance that this report, particularly this petition, looks at, is indeed one that we have realized has been lagging for many years. The current debate that is going around in terms of getting back the rights of the citizenship of those Kenyans who languished in refugee camps and who are unable to access their birthright documents is that it began during the time of President Moi for this decision to be undertaken. It went through various fights, in-fights, out-fights, and various other fights, which unfortunately was not good enough for the poor Kenyans. It eventually ended towards President Kibaki, who gave some directives as well to say that, the Kenyans should be able to get their birthrights and get their citizenship documents back. Well, I will go back to the rationale yet. President Kenyatta again took it from there. 10 years of President Kibaki, about 10 years of President Moi, now about 10 years of President Kenyatta. That means it is about 30 years that we've been struggling to ensure that Kenyans get their rights. The sad thing here is the bottleneck, the bureaucracy, the political infights. There are individuals that we know have been fighting politically this process. 30 years is generational trouble. And therefore, we see that the unfortunate circumstance that has gone through this thing is towards ending. Having said that, my previous colleagues who discussed this in this house have talked about 50,000. Anecdotal information indicates that it is close to 100,000 people. I cite that I have worked with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees in 1994 and 95 in Malindi, Marafa refugee camp, and Utange in Mombasa. What I'm coming to here is there are many people in Mombasa, many people in Utange, that's the indigenous people of Marafa in Malindi, that have also faced similar circumstances through this. It does not mean that we are only living at the periphery, that has really touched. If you go to Turkana, Kakuma has hosted refugees for many years. Sudanese refugees, Eritreans, Ethiopians, Somalians, they are there as well. The local indigenous, when they faced hardship in Kenya, where the saddest thing here is this country barely thinks about its citizens when it comes into drought, the current drought that's happening. People go to refugee camps for food so that the United Nations can take care of them because Kenya has failed to take care of them. And it is an indication today that similar things are happening in my constituency. And you're going to see Dadaab refugee camp going to be flooded again because I'm a neighbor to Dadaab refugee camp. And I'm also, my constituency is also a hosting constituency for refugees. You're going to see because of this drought, people have lost their livestock and they're going to move to the refugee camps again. Will that similarly happen? Chapter 119 does give the opportunity for citizens to get back their citizenship as well and their rights. The unfortunate thing is that many political leaders were also fighting this. And some of them are crying wolf at this particular time or having crocodile tears, unfortunately. But I'm quite happy that my people are going to get back their citizenship. I'm quite happy that we have fought enough. I'm quite happy that the government has eventually agreed to ensure that every Kenyan gets their citizenship and their rights within the period of time that they are going through a hardship. And therefore, I'm quite happy that this must be fast-tracked, and we ensure that in the next few weeks, those ID cards are received by the young men and women that have waited for over 30 years to get their birthrights back again. And
Honorable Odwal Adhiambo.
Oh, I do the intervention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Dr. Chanda, for enabling me to facilitate by pressing the intervention button. Honorable Speaker, right from the onset, I would like to thank the committee and indeed indicate that this petition raises issues that are fundamental, that must be addressed, and the report of the committee has done justice. Honorable Speaker, I say this because as much as the petition, which has very specific aspects that were affecting a particular category, indeed, in terms of the constituency and region, this issue of citizens' registration and the problems therein are largely, Honorable Speaker, affecting almost all quarters of the country. Honorable Speaker, in Siaya County, where I come from, specifically Lagos-Songa sub-county, we have the similar issues, except that with the Honorable Dr. Owundo, it was Uganda. We have all these young girls who really, up to this point, do not have IDs because the system and manner in which this is done does not enable them, having moved from one area to come to a different area to settle in marriage. It seems that they get to a point where they really have to get consent or get information from usually their paternal parents, from their fathers, and this creates a problem. Honorable Speaker, we also find that it is largely understood that when you are going to try and get into the issue of registration, then unlike what should be clearly indicated here, a right and a process that automatically takes place, it would appear that there requires to be some added ways of either motivating or making special arrangements so that we would have Kenyans who really do deserve to have IDs that are very fundamental, that is not only useful for the times such as when we are registering, getting to elections, but which without deny them a lot of ability to engage. And so, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important petition, and I would like to indeed thank the Honorable Dwale and the committee and the report, because as we handle the specificities that we come through with this particular petition, indeed, the Honorable Speaker, it is clear that we need to relook and we need to take a very specific sense of measure to understand that it is not just uniquely related to the given category, although the nature is one that must be handled the way it is, but we want to ensure that as we deal with issues of registration, as we deal indeed with issues of citizenry, as we in particular make it possible for all Kenyans really to access this, we can see that it is not a matter that we will want to limit, but we hope that as it is handled, it will cover. I want, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, because I am a member of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity Committee, Honorable Speaker, I also am the Vice President of the High-Level Advisory Group that deals with eliminating violent extremism and terrorism, to share and convey that during the 142nd Assembly, Honorable Speaker, that took place in Austria, Vienna, part of what was clearly marked by all parliamentarians is that we ensure that we find ways by which particularly our youth are not in any way excluded, because there is a way that we sometimes find that we provoke and create areas which give members, young people, a challenge. So, Honorable Speaker, as we go to the 143rd IPU, which is taking place, Honorable Speaker, from the 26th to the 30th, it is a key issue that as members of Parliament, we are discussing how we ensure that we do not deny any of our youth what is their right, because sometimes this leads to results that are undesirable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Honorable Chanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tendency of human beings, just like plants, there's a tendency of plant roots moving towards where there's water. Then there's also this tendency of plant leaves and stems moving into the direction where they can have proper sunlight. This also happens with the human beings. Immediately there is food in the next door, and your homestead doesn't have food, the tendency of either your kids or your guests or anybody else who are in your home moving to the other direction is very high. This has happened, and it happens in very many ways. It happened now, like we are seeing the case of refugees having the camps in the communities around Dadaab, where now kids or people move into the camp not as refugees, but going into the camp as refugees, in quote, but for purpose of accessing food. I think this is normal. It happens even in ordinary life. Like now, Undo is gone, by the way, but I would have brought this as a good example. There are some fraudulent philanthropists in somewhere in Budalangi. Now they're trying to be very philanthropic with some gifts. So people are moving from Funyula to Budalangi, and also people are also moving from Bondo to Budalangi in the guise of changing voters' cards. That's already happening, because now one wants to change to be a voter the other side, because the other side is mentioned that if you cross, there will be maize, there's constantly not fuel, but mafuta taa or mafuta ya kupika from time to time, because the philanthropists are supporting flood victims. So that tendency is there. The same way we are seeing it, Kenyans crossing into Uganda and Kenyans crossing into Tanzania. It's a normal tendency. But the biggest problem here is, Mr. Speaker, where the government has had some deliberate ways of how to recognize stateless people in this country. The Shona are now recognized here in Kiambu. The Pemba are under consideration somewhere in the coast. And there are very many others who got into this country before independence. They are getting tracked, and they are now able to be identified, and they are getting some form of registration. Why is it so difficult for a government to move into a camp in the neighborhood, people who are born in the neighborhood and move to the camp, to get or to sort out the issue of registration? I think that's where there's the problem. The tendency of moving, in my view, is not a problem. But when people have moved, why is it so difficult to get a person who moved into the other camp or into a camp from the community because of food, and now wants to come back because the camp is closing or stuff like that, is unable to be identified as a member of the local community? I think this is where there is the problem. It's like it's deliberate. It's not something that one wants to sort out. The biggest issue is that when the stateless agents are now getting properly recognized, and we looked at that in this parliament just the other time, I think it's last year, where now they are getting recognized and getting registered to be people. It is impossible to operate in this country minus a registration in the name of an ID. You are simply not a person if you don't have an ID. You are a kid, yeah? Even if you are 80 or you are 40 or whatever you are like a baby when you don't have an ID, because ID is everything. Even if somebody sent you here money in the name of, even if you faked a name and got a Safaricom line or an Airtel line, somebody sending in 1,000, you can't get it. You can't get it because it's ID. So I want to believe that, Mr. Speaker, if the government was serious, some of these things were not as difficult as the difficulties they have faced in sorting out people who are clearly stateless and people whom we inherited with independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Abdi Yusuf. Honorable Abdi Yusuf.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say how delighted I am that at last we have come to the end of this particular episode of our citizens who have been excluded in those two neighborhoods that have been mentioned. And we are about to give them justice and equity. Mr. Speaker, I would say that Kenya is an artificial colonial creation. And our borders were developed as a result of our colonial experience and our colonial history. So are many of the African countries. We are now shackled by these lines, often drawn by mindless and drunk English, French, or Portuguese colonial officers. And as a result of that, exclusion has meant and been a part of a major source of conflict and radicalization among those who feel excluded and rejected in their borders, in their colonial borders. As a result, many wars and conflicts have been fought over these colonial borders, millions displaced and made into refugees, and thousands have been killed. So Africa needs to unshackle itself and move towards integration and a borderless continent to achieve its dream enshrined in the Africa Union Vision 2063 of a united, economically advanced, and a prosperous Africa. And the only way we can do that is by rethinking and reviewing the colonial border relationships that we have. And also, within that context, the African people who found themselves struggling for no reason whatsoever or no blame on their part, and who have become victims of these bureaucratic systems that have come into place after the end of colonialism. One would have expected that African leaders would come together and resolve these problems of the colonial borders through an African solution, so that we benefit from the human resource that straddles our borders, we benefit from the economic output of those regions, rather than spending money and energy in conflicts that never end and never result in a sustainable solution. Our colonial history has meant many of us have never been registered or accepted as subjects or citizens. As a result, the children and the grandchildren of these people are even today excluded and remain discriminated or criminalized in independent Kenya. We must reform and decolonize our citizenship registration. I know many residents of my own constituency are invisible because of this misfortunate situation that It is also important to consider the issue of refugees afresh. Not a problem, but a major social and economic resource to the host country. We must change our bureaucratic mindset that characterizes refugees as a problem. Wealthy nations, better equipped than us, have seen the benefits of the entrepreneurial skills and the resilience and the power of immigrants. And in recent years, they have been draining the refugee camps like Dadaab of the creme de la creme of the African refugees there, who have been rejected by their own brothers and sisters here. These people are now in those countries as scientists, doctors. Recently, when they had the COVID crisis, some of the major breakthroughs in the development of the vaccines were made by immigrants who had arrived in those countries as refugees. So I want to appeal and say that we really must look. Kenya has sacrificed, but it now must become part of the problem. And we must look at those refugees who are born here as Kenyans, not as aliens who should be pushed to a country that they don't know, they have never been, and they will never be part of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wanyonyi Kevin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the task force on what they did in Wajir and Garissa. For all I know, Garissa and Wajir are part of Kenya. That's a Kenyan soil, and therefore whatever is happening there is, to say the least, it's discriminatory. Mr. Speaker, when somebody, it doesn't matter where he came from, And even yourself, if you happen to be working in UK or even Germany, wherever it is, and then by good luck, in fact, I've got a son who is in one of the states in Europe, and happy enough, they had a child born there. You know, then he will have the birth certificate for that particular country. And subsequently, will then be able to get other documents. And therefore, eventually, when the child grows up, will get even a passport from that because he's in that particular country. The northeastern problem we're having today is actually our own creation, because those people from Somalia who have come because of the hardship and were born here, they are Kenyans by birth, and therefore they have the rights. And therefore, for the justice and equity for them, they should be accorded the same treatment as any other Kenyan is accorded the treatment. Because without a driving license, without a passport, without a birth certificate, without an ID, that guy, we are actually making him a criminal. Because if he happens to offend or do something, how will you get hold of him? And no wonder we're having now a lot of problems in this country where there are criminals and you can't even get them because they don't have an ID. You can't even, even if now you took the fingerprints, how would you get to know them? And therefore, I'm saying that it's our own creation, and therefore have to, as fast as possible, create, because I think the task force that was there made a recommendation. And it's upon us in this House to adopt the whatever recommendation, I've not seen them, and then move forward and be able to treat these people. I've been to a tap myself at one time or the other, and I saw how people are suffering there. They come out, some of them are now adults. And if he's found on the streets here, how do you trace him? See a human being who is nobody, because you can't identify him. And therefore, I think it's unfair that the task force made a recommendation, and we should be able to go by those recommendations. Now, we have people in the town, I think we've got the provincial administration stationed there. And therefore, they should be able to identify people who are born here. And even if somebody, you can also be adopted. Like now, we have got the Shonas from the southern who are actually rejected there, that now come over, they're getting citizenship. So we should look at our brothers and sisters born or have the Somali origin. We treat them as Kenyans, and therefore be able to accord them the same respect. Some of them want to go to school, and you can't go to a school without. Say if somebody has done very well and maybe wants to be admitted at the University of Nairobi or whatever, what will happen? He has no document. So you're actually making a problem for ourselves for the future, and therefore, I think, Madam Speaker, we should be able to implement this to the letter and move fast. And because the camp has been, the task force went there and I think they verified whatever it was, let's move fast and make the recommendation. And from today onwards, the implementing committee in this House should move fast to be able to implement whatever they have been recommended, so that they are treated like other Kenyans. I support this report.
Honorable John Bunyasi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Give him the mic. You're on. Yeah. Proceed. Honorable Bunyasi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for giving me a chance to also intervene and raise my concerns. Those of us who are from border counties have special problems that the rest of the Republic does not suffer. And we seem to have to go the extra multiple miles to sort of just prove that you are local, that you are Kenyan, and so on. And I think this undercounting is a big disfavor. I think that we need to get symmetry in the regulations, in the application of the regulations, so that every Kenyan is sort of treated the same way as they would be in any other part of the country. It's a form of cohesion. It's a form of belonging. In my constituency, I have, and the neighboring ones, we have a number of Kenyans who have come from other regions, including Northeastern. They have greater difficulties than we have, but we have exactly the same problems. And where the system allows parents to lack and children to get identification, even though they have lived in those areas for years, 7 is the minimum, and many times by the time your children get IDs, you've probably been there 20 and more. I think that needs to be corrected. Secondly, it's not just that at the time of verification and vetting. The target numbers that the registration officers have got are terribly small. For some reason, I visited a county registration office 2 years ago, and the target they had to register in the whole of Busia was 19,000. My sub-location alone was probably 3 times that at the minimum. So the entire county was 19,000. It starts right from Nairobi. You get a sense that some of it may be willful. It's not just bureaucracy. It's not about citizenship. It's also about undercounting, number suppression. So I really would appeal that we get a rectification. So the problem with the people who are near refugees, we've heard, and I think it's really sad, but it's not just them. We are all in this boat. I do pray, hope and pray, that we find a solution that is symmetrical for the whole republic. So being in Kenya, if you're applying for it in Busia, or applying for it in Isiolo, or applying for it elsewhere, that you face exactly the same requirements, which must be simplified. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Abu Mohammed.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia na mimi nafasi nipate kuchangia. Bwana Spika, naunga mkono ripoti ya kamati. Ni kweli kuna shida ya kupata vitambulisho. Inachukua muda ambao haueleweki, ambao si wa kawaida. Kuna sehemu unaweza chukua hadi miaka 3 ukingojea kitambulisho, na tuko Kenya. Bwana Spika, hili ombi lingechanganya maeneo yote, kaunti zote zilizotengwa na kaunti ambao ziko kwenye mipaka. Sio paka tufanye ombi ndo tuje tuhudumiwe. Bwana Spika, Lamu pia kuna shida ya kupata vitambulisho. Hii kamati naomba pia iangalie maeneo mengine. Bwana Spika, nilikusanya vitambulisho. Nilikusanya zile kadi za kungojea kitambulisho karibu 100 kwa kijiji kimoja kinaitwa Kizingitini, Lamu County. Nikabeba hizo zinaitwa waiting, nikaenda nazo kwa ofisi husika. Nashukuru walihudumiwa. Lakini hamuoni mnatupa kazi zaidi sisi wabunge? Kwa hivyo hii kamati naomba izingatie mambo hayo na hakikishe kazi inafanyika. Bwana Spika, shida iliyoko Lamu, manake tusiseme shida tu, tutafute kiini cha shida ni nini. Kwa nini vitambulisho vichelewe kupatikana? Kiini ni kwamba Lamu inaweza kuwa ni tatizo ni hilo hilo kwa sehemu zingine. Lamu shida yake ni kwamba yule afisa anahusika, mhudumu, ni mmoja kaunti nzima. Yeye afisa huyo azunguke kwenye visiwa, azunguke na bara. Kusema la kweli inakuwa shida kwa huyo afisa, hata hatufai kumlaumu sana. So naomba kamati katika bajeti waangalie namna watawasaidia hii hawa watu wa vitambulisho wapate kuandika wengine wengi maafisa. Sehemu kama za Lamu zipewe mazingatio maalumu. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, nasema mazingatio maalumu kivipi? Kwa sababu Nairobi hapa waweza kulipa shilingi 50 ukapanda matatu na ukafika pale kwenda kuhudumia watu. Lamu huyo afisa hangeweza kufanya hivyo kwa sababu hakuna usafiri, kuna sehemu hakuna usafiri wa kila siku mpaka kodishe boti. Tatizo lingine ni hilo, hawana pesa hazitoshi. So Nairobi ikiwekwa kwa eneo afisa mmoja, Lamu inafaa kuwekwa zaidi ya mmoja. Na pesa pia Nairobi ikipewa huyo ofisa huyo ape pesa hii ya kusaidia kuhudumu, haiwezi kuwa sawa na Lamu. Ukimpatia sawa na Lamu ni kumwambia asifanye kazi yake. Manake wakae wangangane waseme basi tupatieni boti. Manake sehemu kama ukienda Ndau, utoke Lamu kwenda Ndau ni jisaji moja na dakika 30 kwa boti ndani ya maji. Mafuta yale yanakutosha wewe kuja Nairobi na kurudi. Ukienda Kiwayu kutoka Lamu ni jisaji moja na dakika 40 kwa boti. Mafuta hayo yanakupeleka Nairobi na kukurudisha. Bwana Spika, waangalie, kuna changamoto hizo nyingi, naona muda hautoshi, acha nisongee mbele. Pia naomba hili bunge kupitia kamati watenge pesa za kutosha kwenye bajeti hizi kazi zifanyike. Na pia naomba nimwombe Rais kupitia wizara maalum na hii kamati azingatie wale wakimbizi ambao wako Kenya ambao ni wa Kenya. Manake sasa wamekuwa wakimbizi lakini ni wa Kenya. Kwa sababu walioa wale wakimbizi wakaenda kwenye kambi akijua kwamba naye atasafiri. Na kuna wale wakimbizi ambao wako hapa Kenya wamekaa zaidi ya miaka 40, pia nao wafikiriwe. Hili ni tatizo liko, tusilipatie kisogo, tuliangalie tutalitatua vipi. Wizara zote husika tushughulike na tutoe suluhisho. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii nafasi ya kuchangia hii ombi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nataka kusema asante mno kwa Mheshimiwa Duale ambayo amelete hii ombi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kile kimenishangaza ni wakati niliona kina mama ambayo wako na watoto 6-7 hawana kitambulisho. Na hiyo ilichangiwa kwa ajili baba zao hawakukuwa na kitambulisho ama cheti cha kuzaliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo imeleta shida kubwa kwa watu wetu ya kaskazini mashariki. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wengi wetu wa kutoka kaskazini mashariki ni wafugaji. Wanakaa huko mistuni kabisa, kichaka. Kutoka huko kichaka mpaka kukuja kwa kituo inachukua siku mzima kutembea na mguu. Hiyo ndio inachangia wasikuje kutafuta kitambulisho na cheti chingine kama cheti cha kuzaliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ngine ni wale wako na kitambulisho walikosa huduma mbalimbali kutoka mahali wanakaa. Ndio ikafanya hao waende huko kwa kambi za wakimbizi, kwenda kujisajili kama wakimbizi, ambayo na walikuwa na kitambulisho yao. Watu kama hawa ndio sasa wamekuwa watu ambayo wasio na utaifa. Na tunaomba wenye wanashughulikia.
Order, Sahal. Is that your phone? Yes, your background, there's some background noise from, yes.
I'm sorry, Pole, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa tunaomba serikali hao watu wapate kitambulisho yao ili wapate huduma mbalimbali ambayo wanahitaji. Mheshimiwa Spika, bila kukuwa na kitambulisho huwezi pata huduma. Na kile imefanya hao waende huko ni kutafuta huduma mbalimbali kama ya afya, chakula na shule. Na tunawajua hawa. Kuna wengi mimi najua wametoka sehemu yetu karibu na Habasweine wameenda kujisajili na ni shida kubwa kwao sahi kupata kitambulisho. Mheshimiwa Spika, ile ingine nataka kuongea juu yake ni juu ya pasipoti. Watu ya kaskazini mashariki wana shida kubwa sana wakiomba pasipoti. Wanatumwa ili waende wachunguzwe, hawezi pata pasipoti. Hiyo ni shida ingine ambayo watu wetu wanapitia. Ingine ni kuna akina mama ambayo wameolewa, wengine kutoka Somalia, wengine kutoka Ethiopia, na wameolewa na wanaume ambayo ni wa Kenya. wamezaa watoto, watoto washapata kitambulisho, lakini hawa wamama wanapagua sana kwa ajili hawana ID, hawana kitambulisho, na tunaomba hawa kina mama lazima waangaliwe na wapatiwe ID card. Kuna wengi hata mimi wameniomba, lakini sijui nitaanza wapi. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima tushughulikie watu wetu ili hata hawa kina mama ambayo wameolewa wapate haki, ili wasikae bila watu ambayo hawana nchi. Ya mwisho, Mheshimiwa Bwana Spika, ni I think Mheshimiwa Spika, asante, ni hiyo machache tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Asante.
Honorable members, the debate for this motion is time-bound, and the time has lapsed. We cannot proceed. Honorable member, I'm afraid I would have loved you to speak on this, but it is time-bound. It is not about 2 minutes. It is about the House has resolved. The House has resolved that this debate is time-bound, and that time has come. So, honorable members, we must have the mover replying. Who is the mover? Chair of Departmental Committee on Administration. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to reply by thanking all the members for their useful and valuable contributions to this very, very sensitive issue of registration. The committee has made recommendations, and I think the interest which has been shown is an indication that this petition was actually quite timely. So I want to thank the members for all these contributions and for supporting the committee report. Chair, the committee has made a report for the ministry to expedite so that they can regularize the status of the persons who have been vetted by the team of committees, and to facilitate the registration, because as been observed by the members, we realize that the issue of registration is quite basic, and the problem cuts, apart from the two areas of Garissa and Wajir, it cuts across the country from what we've observed from the contributions of the members. So we'll ask the Ministry of Interior to facilitate and expedite so that these people do not lose the opportunities, which is their basic rights. As I had indicated earlier, we realize that registration guarantees citizens basic amenities like the right to be attended well in hospitals, the right to good education in schools, the right to enjoy and benefit from the banking facilities, and also, without saying, as I had mentioned earlier, that there are also basic other things which are never said but which are a reality, that you cannot even enjoy good communication by way of mobile phones unless you are a registered citizen. We know that most transactions are now undertaken by mobile phones. So I said that even the right to basic conjugal rights can actually be infringed if the citizens are not registered, because sometimes it is difficult to know whether you are dealing with persons who have attained the age of majority. So I reiterate, and I want to thank the members in a special way so that all members could support, and I urge the implementation committee to actually fast track to ensure that this is implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members who paid putting the question on that item until a subsequent time. Next order.
Order number 12, the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019, second reading.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019. I move. Sorry?
What is it?
I beg to move the Radiographers Bill 2019 is National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019.
Second reading.
For second reading.
Yeah.
I continue. Honorable Speaker, this bill was published on 25th June 2019. It underwent the first reading on 11th September 2019 and was committed to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration and report to the House. Honorable Speaker, following placement of advertisements in print media on 7th October 2019, requesting for comments and on the bill from members of the public and relevant stakeholders pursuant to the provision of Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya and Standing Order number 127.3, the committee received memorandum from 6 stakeholders, mainly Association of Kenya Medical Laboratory Scientific Officers, Association of Professional Societies in East Africa, Cesar Barare, Dr. Solomon Kilaha, Kenya Association of Radiologists, and Society of Radiography in Kenya. The public participation meeting on the bill was held on 18th March 2020. And Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to provide a legislative framework to make provision for training, registration, and licensing of radiographers to regulate their practice, and to provide for establishment powers and functions of Radiographers Board of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in Clause 1 and 2, the bill provides the preliminary provisions, including the title of the bill and the interpretation of terms in the proposed act. When Clause 3 and to 12, the bill provides for Radiographers Board. Clause 3 to 11 of the bill provides for the establishment, composition, functions, and powers of Radiographers Board, and the board shall consist of 9 members. It is further proposed that the board shall be the regulatory body in respect of the training, licensing, and control of the practice of radiography in Kenya. This part also provides for the office of registrar, who is appointed by the board and who shall be the secretary to the board. Clause 13 to 17 of the bill is on the training and registration of radiographers, especially in Clause 19, where it provides for approved institutions in charge of training radiographers. This part also contains provision on set out requirement of persons to be registered as radiographers. Provisions of registration of radiographers are also provided for under this part of the proposed legislation. The registrar of the board shall maintain a register for all persons registered as radiographers under this act. It also seeks to provide for the process of removal of members from the register. This part will affect mostly institutions and courses that are foreign-based, as it proposes to exempt institutions and courses approved under the Universities Act from requirement of this part. On parts 18 to 21, that is Clause 1821, the bill contains provisions relating to private practice. It is proposed that radiographers wishing to offer their services directly to the public be issued with an annual practicing certificate by the board so as to safeguard the public from unfit persons purporting to offer these services. And this part sets out the qualification for private practice, the procedures for application of a practicing certificate, validity of a practicing certificate, and renewal of and cancellation and suspension of the practice certificate are also set out under this act. On clauses 22 to 28, of the bill contains provisions relating to discipline of registered radiographers. The bill proposes to establish a disciplinary committee of the board whose function shall be to inquire into any matter referred to it by the board where there is professional misconduct, impropriety, and negligence by a practitioner. On clause 29 to 34 of the bill provides for financial provisions. The funds of the board, which shall comprise of grants, gifts, and donation and such fees. Board shall run for 12 months, ending on the 30th day of June in each year. This part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, also provides the accounts and audits shall be kept by the board at all times. In clauses 35 to 38 of the bill, it deals with miscellaneous provisions, especially where clause 35 of the bill deals with certificates and provides that the certificate shall be issued by the board and proceeds to state that a person who destroys or defaces a certificate shall be guilty of an offense. This part provides for offenses and general penalty. In clause 39, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for delegated powers. Mr. Speaker, radiography is a protected profession by the International Labour Organization, that is ILO, for persons who are radiographers with technical expertise in application of non-ionizing or ionizing radiation for medical, forensic, veterinary, industrial, and research purposes. Radiographers are at the heart of modern medicine. There are two sorts of radiographers, where we have the diagnostic ones and therapeutic one. Mr. Speaker, the diagnostic radiographers employ a range of different imaging techniques and sophisticated equipments to produce high-quality images of an injury or disease. And diagnostic radiographers will take the images and very often report on them so that the correct treatment can be given. They use a range of techniques, which includes general, conventional, which majority of Kenya know them as X-rays, computerized tomography, which is basically or famously known as a CT scan, magnetic resonance imaging, which is an MRI scan, ultrasound scan used to perform imaging examination of expectant mothers or women on progress of the fetus and well-being of a mother, among others. There's a fluoroscopy screening, which is specialized procedure to examine the vascular system of the body. There's dental X-ray and OPG, specialized X-ray equipment to check for diseases of the teeth and mandible. Mammography, which is the examination of the breast tissues using X-rays to detect diseases like breast cancer. Nuclear medicine, which is specialized equipment used for detecting the spread of cancer in the body. And so, Mr. Speaker, it shows how important it is to actually regulate the people who are in this practice. Therapeutic radiographers play a vital role in the delivery of radiotherapy services. They are the only healthcare professionals qualified to plan and deliver radiotherapy. They constitute over 50% of radiotherapy workforce, working with clinical or radio oncologists, medical physicists, and engineers. Globally, Mr. Speaker, radiographers are represented by the International Society of Radiographers and Radiologic Technologists, which is an affiliate and strategic partner to the International Atomic Energy Agency and the World Health Organization. In Kenya, radiographers are represented by the Society of Radiography in Kenya, which is a member to International Society of Radiographers and Radiologic Technologists, Pan-African Congress of Radiology and Imaging, and Association of Professional Societies in East Africa. The training of radiography, Mr. Speaker, in Kenya commenced in 1951 in Kisumu by the colonial government to cater for East Africa territory under the London Society of Radiographers. And between the year 1951 and 1979, the then Kenya radiographers were trained locally by foreign experts and examined by London College of Radiographers. As from the year 1979, the training was briefly hosted by the University of Nairobi and as a diploma in diagnostic radiography, and the program was introduced at the Kenya Medical Training College as from 1985 as a diploma in radiography. To date, KMTC offers up to higher diploma level in radiography to include radiotherapy and ultrasound, and KMTC has trained currently over 2,000 radiographers to date. Recently, in the year 2011, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology commenced the training of radiographers at degree and postgraduate level. In consultation with the Society of Radiographers in Kenya, the JQuat radiography curriculum was developed, and to date, JQuat has trained over 100 radiographers who are serving the country in various hospitals, including Kenyatta National Hospital. Since 1980s, Mr. Speaker, and probably earlier, the Society of Radiography in Kenya has made various efforts to have a legislative framework to regulate the practice and training of radiographers in the country. Most recently, these efforts can be traced back by Dr. Richard Moga, who then, as a Director of Medical Services, saw the need for a legislative framework to regulate the practice and anticipate future training needs. The process stalled when he left the ministry. This was then picked up by immediate former DMS, Honorable Dr. James Nyikao, MP, whose efforts yielded a lot of fruits with the support of the former Vice President, Honorable Mudi Awori. The draft bill has been drafted by the Society of Radiographer in Kenya in consultation with the Office of Medical Legal Affairs at the Ministry of Health. The process towards enacting of the draft radiography bill was stalled with the promulgation of the new constitution in the year 2010. However, most recently in the year 2014, the process was again ignited by the Society of Radiography in Kenya. And today there was a ready draft bill for enacting to regulate the training and practice of radiography in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, several people asked whether this is justifiable. There are several factors justifying the urgent enactment of this proposed bill. And I'd like to say that one and the most important is that there is danger that would rise due to unqualified professionals handling radiation sources, radiation equipment, and radioactive materials leading to medical malpractice. Mr. Speaker, I would like the House to appreciate that diagnosis of diseases is one of the fundamental steps in proper management of diseases, where if we have unqualified person performing X-ray procedures, will commit and can commit an error that will lead to misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis of a medical condition, illness, or injury. When the radiographer's procedure is wrong, a wrong report is sent to the doctor, and the error will lead to incorrect treatment, delayed treatment, or non-treatment at all. And hence, a patient condition can be made much worse, and they may even die. Regulation of radiography, therefore, will eliminate quacks by providing punitive measures that will go a long way to protect the people of Kenya from wrongful practice. Second danger, Mr. Speaker, is the danger of public exposure to ionizing radiation and materials. Radiation is proven and known to be dangerous, Mr. Speaker. The hazardous effects of ionizing radiation range from breaking of the skin, eye cataracts, sterility, radiation sickness, fetal death, heredity defects, like Down syndrome, cancer, and instant death if exposed to huge amount of ionizing radiation. Considering the above-mentioned hazard, the regulation of practice is critical to ensure ethical behavior is withheld. The likelihood, Mr. Speaker, of acts of terrorism arising due to usage of radiation facilities perpetuated by unregulated radiation workers with ill intentions to the nation and people of Kenya. The world is currently experiencing an unprecedented wave of terror from extremists. Concerns are currently focused on the possibility of nuclear or radiological terrorism, and on the implication of such terrorist threats for radiation biology and for radiation accident preparedness. The spectrum of events in a radiation terror includes the use of an explosive or non-explosive radiological dispersal device, the placement of a radiological exposure device in a public facility, and the use of an improvised nuclear device. The consequences of an event relate to the physical and medical damage of the event itself, the financial impact, and the acute and long-term medical consequences, including fear of radiation-induced cancer. Through this regulation of practice and training of radiographers in Kenya, the proposed board will put measures in consultation with CISA ministries in developing medical countermeasures to mitigate or treat radiation injury, counseling and appropriately following exposed or potential exposed people, and helping the local community develop confidence in their own responsive plan. And Mr. Speaker, to standardize and regulate the education, training and practice of radiography, to enhance professional capacity while maintaining professional quality with the anticipation of future national needs is the importance of this bill. In line with the possibility of terror, the curriculum for radiographers must be reviewed and approved by an accredited body. This so because schools are increasingly considering as being on the front line of the battle to prevent extremism. Consequentially, higher education institutions will have due regard to the need to prevent individuals from being drawn into terrorism. And in addition, Kenya has a Vision 2030. The higher learning institutions are expected to develop skilled manpower that will execute the fruition of the vision. Competency-based curriculum that develop reflective practitioners can only be developed in consultation with the respective professional bodies. Mr. Speaker, to regulate and improve monitoring of radiation handlers to ensure safety, and thus only those legally qualified are allowed to administer radiation, is a main concern and the main achievement of this bill. Considering the dangers associated with radiation and its possible implication to the society and the people of Kenya, there's need to have a regulation to provide for monitoring, the use, and the professional application of the same. And to enhance standards within the profession by bringing them at par with international trends and norms by setting legally recognizable benchmarks locally. In line with this, with professionalism and sustainability of quality service delivery, radiographers in Kenya are the only East African health professionals not regulated. Mr. Speaker, from the report from the ESC Common Market Protocol, painted an ill picture of the radiography practice in Kenya, indicating that it is hampering the process of bringing them at par with international trends. The world all over, radiology is a profession, as a profession is regulated. The IAEA, WHO, ILO are all advocating for the regulation of vital profession that has a direct impact on the lives of every Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, we have case scenarios. The following case scenarios can be used to demonstrate the role of radiographers in the community. On the cancer patient cycle, Consider a person walking to a health facility, Mr. Speaker, for regular checkup. Among the procedure he or she is likely to go through includes general X-ray, ultrasound scan, or even CT scan. For ladies, a mammogram or ultrasound is recommended. In the unlikely event that the disease process is positively identified, the patient will be referred to cancer physician who will review and further testing is recommended. At the end of the day, if the tests are confirmatory, the patient will be referred to the radiation therapy. After radiation therapy, the referring oncologist will need to know the extent of cancer. The patient will be referred for nuclear medicine or PET scan. In this context, the patient will meet the radiographer in at least 3 stations during his or her management cycle. Taking an example, a victim of road traffic accident, a hypothetical boda rider who is a victim of a road traffic accident, he or she will need an initial X-ray to ascertain the site and type of fracture. After that, the results will be sent to a specialized physician for review, and in the event he is to have reconstructive work in a theater, he's done theater radiography. After the completion of the procedure, the surgeon will want to ascertain the status of the fracture. A follow-up X-ray. In this context, the patient has visited a radiographer in 3 distinct areas. Honorable Speaker, the government is mandated by the Constitution to ensure that every Kenyan has the highest attainable status of health. The government has done well. However, without the regulation of radiographers, we are still several steps amiss, and especially when we are lagging behind our neighbors. Recently, the government has engaged in a project worth 38 billion, to which 20 billion is centered on radiological facilities. The equipments are very expensive, and as such, it requires highly trained persons who are regulated to ensure sustainability of the project and proper utility of the equipment. In addition, as a show of commitment and dedication towards fight against the rise of communicable and uncommunicable diseases, regulation of radiographers will be a shot in the arm. Kenya, being a member of East African Community Protocol, the only country without legislation to govern the training and practice of radiographers in the region. The implication attributed to this scenario includes migration of unqualified personnel to seek job opportunities in the country, and the development of professional practice in radiography and healthcare service delivery. The East Africa Common Protocol meeting at Rwanda and Uganda and Tanzania have all ratified and assented that Kenya fast-tracks the legislation of radiographers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, I'd like to urge honorable members to support the Radiographer Bill 2019, National Assembly number 47 2019, with amendments as proposed in the schedule contained in our report by the committee, noting that radiographers play an important role within the health system. Mr. Speaker, I also want to really thank all the stakeholders, including the committee members who engaged vigorously to make sure that the relevant amendment in the bill are there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the Radiographers Bill 2019, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019, and I ask Honorable Dr. Ochanda to second. I thank you.
Honorable Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, the bill is older than me in that committee. There was a lot of consideration that had gone in place by 2019, and I'm hardly a year in the committee. I don't want to fault what the committee had done, and I don't want to fault what the stakeholders had also done. But from the trend of things, since last parliament, I've had the advantage of being in the last parliament. Since the last parliament, the 11th parliament, and this parliament, there's been a very clear trend that professionals and technicians in the health and medical sector have been yearning for separation in terms of distinct way of how each one of them is supposed to be looked at, how each one of them is supposed to be trained, how each one of them is supposed to be licensed, and how each one of them is supposed to be regulated. It's been a trend. And I don't want to fault the radiographers when it comes to that, because virtually all the others have managed. I think only a few are remaining. There is a bill on the opticians is outside here, it's still not yet in the House, per se. But then, up to the very last cadre, in terms of what we are calling community health workers, there is a bill already in the House. So virtually all the cadres and all the sectors and the professionals in the health and the medical sector have gone into this direction where they want to limit themselves to issues of training and their profession and to see exactly how they can regulate themselves within themselves, so that they are not regulated by another body where there are many other mixed different people, different trainings and different areas of profession. So I think this serves it. And the radiographers, based on that history that has been laid particularly by the chair, it's very clear that they've been looking out to this. And it's also based on where we are, we can't be a barrier that what other counties, our neighbors are doing, we are left alone. And now our radiographers are standing somewhere in the middle without any regulation, without very clear ways of how they are supposed to be licensed and stuff like that. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this critically, we really have no any other choice but to give the radiographers their own way, the way we have given to many others in the health and the medical sector. I beg to second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose a question which is that the Radiographers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2019 be now read a second time. Let's have Honorable Obo Mohammed.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia na mimi nafasi nichangie. Katika msaada huu wa utaalamu au wa mtaalamu wa X-ray. Bwana Spika, hawa ni watu muhimu kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Wana mchango mkubwa, wana kazi kubwa wanaofanya, na ni watu muhimu, wanafaa nao kuwekwa miswada au sheria ambazo watafata ili kuwe na mipangilio au taratibu fulani. Bwana Spika, mashirika yanayohusu afya mengi tumeambiwa, shirika kama la WHO, IAEA, ILO, hawa wote wametoa mwongozo, wakasema ni vizuri miswada iwekwe. Sasa na sisi Kenya hatuna budi na hili bunge kuweka sheria hizi. Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono mswada huu. Asante.
Honorable members, there seems to be no further interest on this Honorable Chair, Honorable Chege. Looks like the members have read the bill yes, Honorable Bai. You want to weigh in on this?
Yeah,
yes,
I can say.
It's just that I hadn't seen you on registering interest to speak to it, but you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy you could see me even from there without my card. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate for the opportunity. Allow me to throw my weight behind the bill because, Mr. Speaker, the X-ray and all these radiography, the radiography technology in support of the health services cannot be neglected. First of all, it's a way of diagnosing a condition. So there's no way doctors can go ahead and start treating some of these conditions without diagnosis. Mr. Speaker, with that kind of importance, the governing or the policy around the whole thing needs to be put under the law. So the wisdom to come up with a bill was very important. And also, what I could add on, Mr. Speaker, is, this may be to the chair and the committee, is sharing of the information. You find, you go to a county hospital, let's say you are in Kericho Hospital, in an hospital in Kericho, then you move the other way to Machakos. When you get to Machakos, you need the same X-ray to be done on you. If health facilities, and especially counties out of devolution, could have a way of sharing these images for patients not to be forced to go through the same process at each county or from each medical facility for them to get these services. I support Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill and this motion on this bill that will be read a second time. Especially noting that we have just moved into this molecular imaging at the Kenyatta University Hospital. We moved into the area of using, this nuclear technology. It's already happening in Aga Khan. It's already happening within the country through the PET issues. And hence, we are moving from the common known radiography of X-rays and the CT scans to now these, and the MRIs that we know them, to now these very highly risky and also sophisticated ways of radiography. And if we don't have better control of these professionals and better regulation of these professionals, we could end up with situations that we'll have to regret into the future. So this bill comes in at a very timely stage, and I followed the mover, the Chair of Health, as she explained the mechanics of it and what we are covering. So I'm very happy that it's coming in at a time when we also have moved one extra step in terms of technology, in terms of how we detect cancers and some of these other issues through this molecular technology. So it's a very important department, radiography, obviously, within the health sector. And it's actually one of the professions where they even have a dedicated day. The World Radiography Day is celebrated on the 8th of November each year. And this is something that has happened since the year 1895. So it's actually it's a long-lived, and a very important profession on a global basis. So I don't want to go through the importance of radiography in healthcare, because at some point in our lives, we've all gone through, some type of imagery examination, whether it's a simple X-ray to look at your dental structure, whether it's the scanners that tell you what is happening on your tissues, whether it's how your bones look like, cavities within, and basically even looking at where things that normal, the naked eye can't see. But through this imagery, whether on a 2-dimension or 3-dimension, we are able to get a clearer diagnosis on the problem. And it's gone even further. With the ultrasound scans, you can imagine what used to happen before the days of the ultrasound, especially on our ladies, when they went for this, the antenatal clinics. And in the old days, the technology that was there was more of a feel. But now with all these things, you're able to monitor and even see whether the issues before the complications set in. So it's a very important, I'm just underscoring the importance of this profession. And I know even as a seconder was looking at, they're not just joining the train of being recognized as a separate profession. Actually, they should have been recognized far much earlier than the other professions because of the importance of what they do. So if you look at, there's a report by the National Health Service of UK, a report of 2013, which looked at, the trends on image testing or imaging tests. And it had identified that the total number of imaging examinations had increased over the years with over 90 million tests performed every year.
So that's on a global basis. And if you look at over the last 10 years, that overall number of tests has also increased by another 39%. But when you also look at, that's the demand, but on the supply side, that increase has also not been met by an increase in terms of equipment or training facilitation to the radiography departments. That's in UK and is one of the sophisticated areas. Now in Kenya, radiography has been operating through the Society of Radiography in Kenya, SOCA they call themselves, and which was basically registered through the Registrar of Societies under the Societies Act, the old Cap 108. And has been in operation since 1962. And I believe the membership is now just about 1,070 who are proxy radiographers. And with about 90% of them on the diagnostic and the therapeutic side. It says this society is obviously affiliated to the professional bodies, is recognized by the Association of Professional Societies and by the Ministry of Health. So this bill basically will now move them from that marginal recognition to a full recognition in law. And I don't want to go through the various clauses which have been very well enumerated by the committee. But I just want to underscore the very fact that, and to thank the Committee on Health, because it's a bill that's been worked for long. And I was almost getting worried that all that hard work would disappear with the passage of time. But I'm glad it has now made it to the floor of this House. And before too long, probably in the course of next week, we could end up with it in a committee of the whole, so that the radiographers of this country can can enjoy their Christmas with some legal recognition, because they deserve it. And also, especially because, like I said, we are advancing in terms of the investments that have been made, whether through the county governments. I think in every county hospital, there is now all this high-tech equipment. Okay, granted, some of it has not been activated because we don't have the radiographers or we don't have the specialists to do it. But by recognizing them within the law, it will probably even incentivize some more people to join this profession, knowing that they are properly regulated. And hence, we will get a growing pool of health professionals to not only help this country, but also that we can export to the rest of the world. Just as we export our nurses, as we export other professionals, we saw the Cubans exporting the expertise here. We've seen the Philippines exporting their expertise across the world. We've been exporting our teachers. I would want to see many more people taking up this radiography, because it's a growing profession. There's demand for it. And there's only one thing that we are sure of, that health will be demanded into the future. The population is growing. And in Kenya alone, you expect by the year 2030 to 2050, probably our population will double. We will need more people to diagnose these issues. We've seen the challenges that have come with the COVID. We don't know what the next virus will be. And hence, these are the kind of people we now need to be training and regulating so that they can help us going forward into the future. So I want to congratulate the committee for eventually getting here and urge the House that we fast track the passage of this bill so that this cadre of health workers can get the legal recognition they need, and also the regulation that's required so that we don't have any of them going astray, especially with the sensitive materials that they'll be using. And we don't also have our people exposed to radiation because of some carelessness of one of these people. Because, again, the work they're doing is very important, but it's double-edged. It could also backfire heavily if it gets into the wrong hands or if it's applied with the wrong tools or with the wrong mindset. I think with those words, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Gugi Duati.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to say that I support this bill. It will go a long way in regulating this profession, which has not been taken care of in a long time. And again, Honorable Speaker, looking at the training and registration requirements, they are broad enough, and I want to support the penalties, although it's quite hefty for not registering, a penalty of 5 million shilling or a term not exceeding 12 years or both, which is good so that we regulate. The only challenge, Honorable Speaker, I'm seeing is when it comes to qualifications of the radiographer. It has not been well defined. I think when we come to the third reading, we need to define what are the qualifications of a radiographer. Again, Honorable Speaker, training, I've seen it will be regulated by the Universities Act 2012 or the Technical and Vocational Education Act, where you'll be able even to train people with certificate courses, diploma, and these people will be allowed to practice. Honorable Speaker, however, there I'm seeing a risk, because when it comes to the people to be registered, they have been categorized into 3 or 5 broad levels. There's a general practitioner who will have a diploma. Then, of course, there will be the advanced practitioner who will have a higher national diploma or a degree. Then consultant who will have a master's, and then the fellow and senior, I don't know senior what, it has not been defined, a doctorate degree. There, Honorable Chair, you need to define, because you are saying a fellow or senior. We need to define that, who will have a doctorate degree. However, Honorable Speaker, this is one area where we normally have a risk. When you allow so many people to practice with different categories, unless you define up to what level a diploma holder will be undertaking that work, what level of work will a general practitioner be undertaking. Otherwise, we might fall into a risk, and that is something which you need to be clear with. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I've seen here is the discrimination, especially when you come from a foreign university. What you are supposed to go through is quite immense. And since we are encouraging our people to go out to study in foreign countries, we should come with a mechanism of also to support them. If you read what you have to undergo to qualify, is a lot. Then, Honorable Speaker, there is a proposal. There is a proposal in the bill. When you come from a foreign college, you are supposed to undertake and to have successfully completed a written examination obtained by the board. It doesn't say clearly, if you undertake that exam and you fail, what happens? It should be clear that when you pass that exam, you cannot say that you have successfully done an exam. That is not a good definition of doing an exam. And Honorable Speaker, if it's going to apply to somebody from a foreign university, it would also be very important when you are locally trained, because it is being said that you are supposed to work under a registered radiographer for 12 months. It doesn't say when you work, what are you supposed to get? The thing to say, something which is supposed to prove that you worked under somebody who is registered is to do a professional exam. And I would like to encourage, after practicing for 12 months, do a professional exam which will test whether you are practicing under a registered person. That one is very key, Honorable Speaker. Then again, Honorable Speaker, just 1 minute. The practicing license. The validity of the practicing license, it is quite short. I've seen it somewhere, it's 1 year, maybe you had proposed, maybe we add that. There's no need of renewing that license all the time. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, apart from those few things which I've mentioned, I want to say that I support this bill, and it is very important that we regulate all practitioners in this country. Otherwise, that is why we've been having problems. And it's not only in this sector, even in other sectors, Honorable Speaker, like where I come from, the construction industry, which is not well regulated. That is why, Honorable Speaker, all over this country, you see collapsing buildings. Because we have allowed people with very many different qualifications to practice. People who are not experienced enough. People who are not well-schooled. And Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, and I really want to thank the Honorable Chair, who will come from, and a future governor of Murang'a, for doing a good job. Thank you very much, Her Excellency.
She is Her Excellency now, right? Oh, okay, now we know. Honorable Chair, please, you may reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members of this House and especially the people who have been here, the Leader of Majority, the Honorable Engineer Duarte Ngogi, for actually even looking at the bill deeper. And we put into recommendation as we move on to the next stage, the issues that he has raised. And I just want to say that this has been a long journey for Society of Radiographers in Kenya. There's no better Christmas gift that we can give them. And also, just after the International Day, 10 days after, if I had Majority Leader right, he said it's 8th of November. Now today is 18th of November. So 10 days after the International Day, the celebration for this House to pass this bill, it is very important. As the leader alluded, Mr. Speaker, now we have a state-of-art hospital, an oncology hospital in Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral. And this facility has a PET scan, and of course, is a very highly sensitive place. If we have people working there and they are not regulated, we might end up messing more than even offering solution to Kenya. So today, I'm very happy. I once again want to thank all the stakeholders. I want to thank all my committee members for their commitment. And at least this time, I met a few radiographers who said they are now retired and they have been looking forward for them to be regulated. It was a very difficult process. So for my committee to have gone through this and making this reality come true, I really want to thank them. So, Mr. Speaker, I reply and I thank you very much for the opportunity. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I am the incoming Murang'a Governor. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sure Majority Leader has noted, although he doesn't come from Murang'a. Honorable members, we shall pay putting the question on that particular matter until a subsequent time. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, establishment of a parliamentary health services unit.
Chairperson, Committee on Members' Services and Facilities. The chair isn't there, Majority is here, maybe Majority knows where the chair is.
Honorable Speaker, I think the assumption was that the matter will not be reached, but that's really no excuse for the chair not being here, especially because they've actually been asking for this matter to be fast-tracked. But I'll communicate with them so that next Thursday they can actually be here to transact this matter.
Yep.
And I see perhaps we will suffer the same on all the others. And
well, let's see
how they are.
Let's see.
But
Let's see.
I also know Thursday is a bad day, as most of them are traveling to go and transact committee business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in the circumstances, honorable members, that is deferred. That item is deferred. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, report on the local authorities provident fund, the unclaimed assets trust fund, the National Environment Trust Fund, the Land Settlement Fund, and the Petroleum Fund.
Honorable members, the mover is, I have a letter here from the chair, from Chair Kadhuri Murungi, who is the chair, nominating Honorable Kivasu to move on his behalf. And Honorable Kivasu, you are just on time. It is, yes, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Sorry, Speaker.
Proceed. Honorable Kivasu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I was out, but I had to rush. I beg to move that the House adopts the 10th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on audited financial statements for the Local Authorities Provident Fund, the Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, the National Environment Trust Fund, the Land Settlement Fund, and the Petroleum Fund, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, on the five funds, I would like to give some brief on the Local Authorities Provident Fund. This fund is a fund established on a corporate body under an Act of Parliament, Cap 272. The fund is a defined contribution retirement benefits scheme for employees of all county governments, water and sewerage companies, and other associated companies in Kenya. The mandates include collecting contributions or savings from individuals, employees, and employers, administering these funds, retirement or earlier withdrawal to the dependents of deceased members upon death. Honorable Speaker, the fund operates as a parastatal under the Retirement Benefits Authority, supervision, and the Inspectorate of State Corporations. The current membership of the fund stands at 52,000 members, drawn mainly from the county governments and water and sewerage companies. The contributions made to the fund comprise 12% of the employee's gross salary, with the employer or sponsor contributing 15%. As at 30th June 2019, the LAP fund net worth was 35 billion, invested in different assets, including property, government securities, equities, and deposits regulated by the RBA and the approved investment policy. The LAP fund has diversified its market and customer base to include part of the public sector, private sector, non-governmental organizations, informal sector, Kenyans living in the diaspora, the Muslim community, and Kenyans willing to save under Sharia-compliant laws. Further, the fund has also devolved its operations by establishing 7 zonal offices in Kisumu, Nakuru, Mombasa, Nairobi, Garissa, Isiolo, and Nyeri to ensure efficiency in the services delivery. Honorable Speaker, in support of the government's Big Four national agenda, LA Fund has developed various affordable healthcare and housing products. These include enhancing pension mortgage products for members to improve their eligibility for a house mortgage, provision of group life insurance to members, provision of post-retirement health cover, and investment in affordable real estate. Honorable Speaker, on the Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, this fund is managed and operated by the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFAA, a state corporation established under the Unclaimed Financial Assets Act number 40 of 2011. The mandate of the fund, which became operational in the year 2015, is to receive unclaimed financial assets from the holders of such assets, safeguard and reunite the assets with their rightful owners. Upon its operationalization, the fund received an amount of 3 billion Kenya shillings from various institutions holders of unclaimed assets. The value of the fund as at 30th June 2017 was 25 billion, which comprised of unclaimed assets in cash amounting to 8.5 billion Kenya shillings and shares of 16.5 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, on the National Environment Trust Fund, this fund, net fund, is a state corporation established by the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999, whose mandate is to facilitate research intended to further the requirements of environmental management, capacity building, environmental awards, environmental publications, scholarships, and grants. The fund provides a platform for environment conservationists and funding agents to converse and share bankable ideas. Further, the fund coordinates environmental sector players and creates synergy to deliver well-researched initiatives for effective environmental management in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the fund has improved access to sustainable financing available for environmental management in Kenya and mobilized, managed, and availed resources for environmental awards, capacity building, research and publications, scholarships, and grants in Kenya. It has also played a significant role in offering technical support to the government of Kenya and private institutions in designing projects and capacity building to improve the quality of concept notes to access global funds. Honorable Speaker, further, Net Fund has trained public officers in all the 47 counties on renewable energy and integration of climate finance in the county integrated development plans, CIDPs. Through support from the African Development Bank, NetFund has trained an interministerial resource mobilization committee on accessing financing from the Global Climate Fund. In addition, NetFund had contacted various environmental researchers funded by the Exchequer. Honorable Speaker, on the Land Settlement Fund, the Land Settlement Fund is established under Section 168 of the Agriculture Act, Cap 318, and Legal Notice Number 352/1963, repealed by the Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Authority Act 2013. The fund is mandated to settle landless, pour on viable agricultural land, facilitate land registration, and provide security of tenure. Honorable Speaker, the fund is administered by the Principal Secretary, Minister of Lands and Principal Physical Planning, and its management is overseen by the Settlement Fund Board of Trustees, which comprises of the CS responsible for land matters as the chairperson, Cabinet Secretary is responsible for National Treasury, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Agriculture, Cabinet Secretary responsible for Environment and Natural Resources, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Internal Security, and a representative of the National Land Commission. Mr. Speaker, the fund's day-to-day operations are undertaken by the Director of Land and Adjudication and Settlement, whose key strategic priorities is the facilitation of discharge for issuance of title deeds, finalization of ongoing land and adjudication sections and settlement schemes, and computerization of settlement, trust, fund, billing, and accounting systems. Honorable Speaker, Petroleum Development Fund is established under Section 4, Subsection 2 of the Petroleum Development Levy Act, Number 4 of 1991, and is domiciled in the State Department for Energy. The fund is administered by the Principal Secretary for Energy, appointed by the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury. It is wholly owned by the Government of Kenya and is domiciled in Kenya. The principal activity of the fund is to supplement the development budget of the State Department for Energy as appropriation in aid. Mr. Speaker, the committee had some observations and recommendations on these 5 funds, and on the Local Authorities Provident Fund for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, and 2018-2019, the committee observed that the fund value had grown over the years from Kenya shillings 25.54 billion in financial year 2014-2015 to Kenya shillings 35 billion in the financial year 2018-2019, and is estimated at Kenya shillings 40.4 billion in financial year 2019-2020. The growth was attributed to an increase in contributions due to a rise in membership over the years, improved and diversified investment portfolio, and effective cost management measures in operations of the fund. In addition, the committee also found out that the fund was in the process of developing housing units in its property located in Makasembo Estate in Kisumu County. On the recommendations for this particular fund, the committee recommends that the fund continue diversifying its investment portfolio in property to support the country's Big Four agenda on affordable housing, as well as enhance growth in retirement benefits for its members. The county government of Kisumu pays the amount of Kenya shillings 11,979,000 within 3 months of the adoption of the report by this House. Honorable Speaker, the third recommendation is on the asbestos, which we found were buried within the compound in the Makasembo, and we recommend that all asbestos roofing sheets and materials which were disposed should be disposed in line with the NEMA asbestos guidelines. On the Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund, Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2016-2017, the committee came up with the understanding that out of the 25 billion worth of assets held by the fund, only Kenya shillings 34 million had been settled, which indicates a low level of unification of assets with their rightful owners. The committee was informed of various strategies that the fund had devised, including partnering with government agencies to cascade information on how to claim for assets held by the fund. The committee noted that the fund was in the process of finalizing formal engagement with members of parliament on sensitization of its mandate, formally with a view to leveraging on their grassroots networks to increase reunification rates. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on this reunification recommends that the fund expedite the process of engaging with the members of parliament to increase this reunification rate. Mr. Speaker, on the Land Settlement Fund, the committee observed that the fund loans of Kenya shillings 6,983,399,323 and development loans of 70,931,965 issued to settlers from 1962 had remained outstanding as at June 2019. This was attributed to be slow pace of loan repayment by settlers or beneficiaries due to tedious manual bill processing and dispatch processes that were previously in place. Mr. Speaker, the fund has since digitized billing and loan repayment processes geared towards improving loan recoverability. In addition, the accounting officer had put adequate measures to ensure outstanding loans are settled before discharge and registration of land parcels to beneficiaries. However, resettlement of internally displaced persons in some regions had been hampered by various court cases, some of which are active to date. Mr. Speaker, on this land settlement fund, the committee recommends that the accounting officer complies with the provisions of Section 68, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012 on the timely submission of documents. The accounting officer reconciles the book balances with the newly reconstructed figures approved by the National Treasury and submits the revised financial statements to the Auditor General for review in the next audit cycle. Honorable Speaker, on the Petroleum Fund, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Energy ensures that all the energy centers spread in all 47 counties, or rather the Ministry of Energy ensures that energy centers are spread all over the 47 counties and adequate budget allocation is made so that all the other counties can also benefit from this spread. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to move and request. Now it becomes hard. I request the majority leader. Do I see him? Majority leader to second this.
Yes, Honorable Kivasu, I think majority leader has stepped out.
Oh, sorry.
So
I can't see the.
You must be very sure who is seconding. If the seconder is not here, because you must not risk this motion, we still can pay that, because if the person who you had proposed to second, no, honorable, that comes from the mover. So Honorable Kivasu,
I'm not even seeing
Honorable Kivasu,
yeah.
You know, the person who should second is the person you nominate. If that person is not here, you don't risk on your motion. We can still pay it so that the seconder will get an opportunity at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move and request the seconder who I had talked with, Dr. Pukose, Member of Parliament, Edebes, is not in, and I request we pend it until he's present next time so that he can second and we can move forward.
Okay. Yes, that's fair enough on our Kivasu.
Thank you.
We shall pay that. Usually when the person to second, you must be very sure who is seconding, because you can jeopardize your motion. But that is fair enough, Honorable Kivasu.
Thank you, well noted.
Yes, we shall pay that. When this is rescheduled by the House Business Committee, the seconder will have an opportunity. And honorable members, it is 5 minutes to 7. Really, it doesn't make any sense to get to the next business. So, honorable members, for the convenience of the House, the time being 6:55 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 23rd November 2021 at 2:30 p.m.